Okay, welcome in, builders. We're back with some more Ostranauts. Now with no debt. We are debt-free. Quite a scramble last night to try to make that come true, but the dream is real. We managed to pay off all that debt, and we even have a little bit of money in our pocket. So from now on, at least until we have somebody we've hired in, we do not have any debt hanging over our heads. There. Hey, Levitt, welcome in. Let's get something set up here. There we go. We did Rimrule this morning and finally managed to launch our ship. Quite delayed, but we got there in the end, I suppose. So anything you can launch from. Here, we're going to need to make some more money in order to get an actual employee. So that's going to be one of our big to-dos here. I was just heading over here. I want to look at you. Okay, I think we're going to switch out the orange one for a red one. And we'll probably sell this inventory. Yeah, you are basically full. Let me take those out. And I'll keep the battery. And I think we'll... Well, you know, maybe I won't sell this. I think I'm not gonna lug it around. Let's go throw it in our bedroom, and we'll just hang on to it for a spare. Because once we have an employee, maybe we would like to have a spare suit if it gets damaged by a pirate or something. So let me run over to our bedroom and we'll drop that in there. I see you did manage to attempt to invent the station yesterday. Forgot my warning. Yeah. Look, all June can say is sorry. Right? Like, I don't know how I managed to uninstall a piece of the floor underneath the nav console, but it happened, all right? Let's not get too hung up on it. You know, forgive and forget. Forgive and forget. We'll leave those there. And we are doing fine. We're rested, everything. Where are we at? Gotta remind myself, where are we at on our permit? It was a 7-1, 2200. Oh, we got lots of times. Lots of time. We got 20 hours left. Okay, we must have just rebought this. Okay, yeah. Head on down here. I think we're gonna zoom right back out. We had talked about possibly revisiting the wreck we came from. There was enough left there to justify it. I think ideally, if there's something nearby, we'll hit the other thing first. And then hopefully just finish filling up here. What do we all got? Those could be put away. Store those there. Mechanical parts go over there. We have some water on us. PDA, I didn't hack. Let's get rid of this PDA before we leave. Unlock that. Skill and hacking. Yep. Walk over here. The reason I always set these on the floor is it makes it very clear when I'm selling where they're from. You files. My main file, my other file. We're holding shift to move stuff. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and space that, and then we will get out of here. There. Expand it. Okay, sell zone, 113, yep. Sometimes the data you pull off of those are worth a few thousand, so PDAs are definitely worth it. They can be a little hit and miss, though. Okay, I think that's everything. My helmet, that, okay, we can put that away. It's gonna go into you. Mechanical parts. Which we're apparently out of, so that's perfect. Yep. And did we store lunch in here already? I think I remember doing that. We didn't. Okay, let's go grab lunch, and we'll bring something with us. Getting the nice little good moods off the food. Probably worth it compared to eating the possibly explodey alien meat stuff. So maybe we'll do the chili vinegar fish balls today. Sure. All right, we still have 25,000. You know what? Since I've been out here and fiddling around, let's just rebuy the energy before we leave, just in case we're out there for a while. Yeah, buy the energy. Good to go. And let's roll. Hey, bro, how does it feel to be a free man? That's right. This will be the first time that we're flying out truly free. We were somewhat free before, but this time it's all us. Whatever we make, whatever we cost, it's just June. You know what? We'll even have a hit of our rice wine here to celebrate. There you go. Delish. No more drinks. Just the one, please. All right, and we will go turn on our nav console. Our descriptions on the feed, some of them are better, some of them are worse. This stuff is definitely better than the trenchers stuff, for sure. Which I'm pretty sure have, like, cancer meat explosions. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on there. Okay, pause. Oh no, I don't remember what the name of the ship was that we were at. It was one of these guys. I think it was Cyber Bastard. Let's go ahead and we'll hit this close one first. If that's no good, we'll hit that. If that's no good, we'll hit Cyber on the way there. We know Cyber has some stuff, but we did get most of the goodies. All right, docking info, request clearance, request undock. Lamps away. A little bit of shuff back. RCS. Target the ship, please. We are clear. All right, let's get our first bad flight out of the way for the day while I get back into it. Burn off the bearing. A little more. We need way less on the juice there. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Okay. There it is. There it is. Close enough. All right. Let's get us a little forward motion. Get rid of the cross. There it is. All right. Now we can get some G's. I'm going up to about 1 G of acceleration. I should remember, when we're empty, 1, 2, 3, like 3.5 is about where we want to be for 1 G of acceleration. All right, and we have 60 minutes out. That'll do it for me. In 60 minutes, it would be 30 after, so 27-ish. I want to be back on there. And we're going to go exercising. We're really making some effort here. We have seen a little bit. We actually have the skill unfit 1%. When that gets to 100, I imagine we lose unfit. If we get it to 100 again, I imagine we get fit. So that is the plan there. Ship check. What about the ship, Big Fafa? Now go out there and get that lunch money. You don't even have to beat anyone else to get it. Well, I mean, we might have to beat someone else to get it. Some of the trenchers are made from eldritch self-replicating meat demons, so there's that, yeah. I was reading PDAs in my other game, and it sounds like there was essentially like a bioengineered meat thing that managed to escape Earth. The scientists took it off planet. Another week will be free from pain. We might even get to pain-free today, perhaps. Remind me, we'll also pop another painkiller. I don't remember if we are or not in that. We do have our nanites, right? Nanites might have also worn off. I should have probably got that before we left. Hey, Tanth, how's it going? You got it already went to the broker? Gotcha. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we checked in with the broker. We rated really, really high. Was very, very happy with my ship. All right, yep, keep at it, buddy. I know. It's hard to do, but you gotta do it. This is literally gonna save your life someday. Okay, we'll call that good. Hop on off. I will. you know, go for a jog and then pop a pain pill. I'm sure that's healthy. Okay, and hop on in. All right, we are en route. We have 4 minutes to go. We actually need to burn off a little bit across. That's fine. 4 minutes. Speed up the time. We're a stinky boy again, I see. Clear that. Hail ship. Local ship. Initiate dock. Docking. Okay, slow down some. Get our aim somewhat adjusted. 3K out. Okay, we're getting a lot drift here. Time forward. Time normal. Slow it down some more. Okay, down to 30. Keep our adjustments straight. Yeah, this is a little more forgiving than I thought it was, so I need to not try to overcompensate when we're lining those up. Okay, D1E Lunamax. Okay, that's not going to be tiny. D condition's pretty bad. 1 room. And what is E again? Is that maneuverability? I don't remember what the third one is. Lunamax is... That's the largest thing that could land on the moon. The Babel has landed, that's right. We'll see how we do. Alright, oh, no. We will take our shoes off. We'll put on our lucky black suit with our lucky black helmet. Get our light out. Toggle power. Let's switch out our tool. That should be charged. Okay, and you... I wish there was like a command where we could just say swap out battery. That wouldn't have to be quite so methodical doing this. Okay, and you are 84%, you're just fine. All right. Well, that already looks very messy. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, turbo pump right off the bat. What is that? It's a weird looking floor. Got some motors. There's a chance I may grab a few of those. We'll see. Mechanical parts, sure. May grab some of that. Let's just hand do this one for now. I've been experimenting with queuing up things that I want to do, but it's a little iffy. It's a little iffy. All right, and pack this. Salvating Requiem isn't the ship, but looted anyways. Being methodical is the whole point of the game. Yep, I do agree. Okay, a bunch of air that I don't care. Okay, a data card might have something interesting on it. Okay, big meaty boy. Yeah, I see you. Okay, a transponder that is damaged. All right, what do you got? Ammo, hygiene packs we will take. A bunch of booze. Okay, that's all I care about for now. My inventory. Kung Pao chicken? No, thank you. No, thank you. I've seen enough. Clean cloth, I will keep gathering those. What are you doing now? Hold still. Cigarettes, antibiotic pills. We discovered those were not worth much. Some regular air pumps with a really full O2. Okay, yeah. Yep. Definitely taking that. Okay, damage thruster ×2. Yeah, we should be able to repair those. That'll be fine. Let's just move that out where I can see it. Floor. Nothing impressive there. A bunch of clothing. Okay, the infusion manual is 1K. We'll take it. Bunch of SIGs. No, thank you. A ship battery that's damaged. Oh, an angle grinder. Could have been interesting. All right, we'll dump those on the floor. We may pick those up later. Cooler. Hack our way in. Take the tow brace. Tow brace. I didn't see that. What does a tow brace do? I assume it's for towing, but what does it do in game? And where was that I totally didn't see it? Okay, nothing else here. People have been saying I should grab more of these. The problem is I just can't carry them. We'll throw it on the floor and see if I remember to come back. Carbon fighter, we'll throw that on the floor. Nothing there. It's installed at the airlock. Okay, I'll double check that. Thank you. Okay, we did those. Okay, so some damaged thrusters down here is one thing I want to come back for. Bulkhead bin's empty. Bunch of booze. Broken transponder. Okay, I didn't get into that bin. There's even more meat. Okay, a door. I guess we'll check it. Lets you move ships without damaging your airlock. Nice. Okay, that was... This almost looks like this should have been an airlock. Interesting. And there is a turbo pump. Let's uninstall that one. That one's a little hard to see. Garbage. Okay, mechanical parts. I'm going to need that for the repairs I'm planning on doing. We may need some of that. Grab that. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was a setting that I could tell the game, take me out of fast forward speed when I'm done with my current task. That would be really nice. Hey! We might be able to repair a Weber. We wouldn't have to buy one for our second person. I will drag you, I suppose. All right, let's get you off. Okay, so tow... Oh, I see. Is it this? Yeah, tow brace. Okay. So how does that install? Like that goes over my airlock? It is damaged. Let's see if we can repair it. We're going for parts. Okay, good sign that we gave it a whole bunch. Hey, MSG. Glad to have you, man. I saw you said you had binged the whole series. That's an accomplishment. Yeah, this has been a real good surprise for me. It's been a while since I've really had a meaty game I wanted to crunch my teeth into like this. Okay, we're still giving parts. Okay, we are able to repair it. All right, let's just... Oh, that was quick. Okay, then... Oh, brace. Let's restore it. Let's just get it restored. It might need to be 4 wide. Okay. We'll see here in a second. Okay, apparently this has a lot of restore to do. Okay, I'm not going to take it all the way. I just want to get enough that I'm sure it's not going to break again. I'll probably do it. Cancel. Uninstall. We could haul a good find close to K-leg for fast turnaround. Fine. Tow brace is 2 pieces. Okay. I see. So we have towing brace 1 of 2. Bring that over here, I guess. And then we have this thing. Also 1 of 2. All right, so can I install you? Okay, I think it likes that. No. It may also be doing the thing that it doesn't like that I have the part I'm trying to install there. Okay, hang on. Let's get a few things out of the way here. All right, you drop there, come inside. You drop there, come inside. Okay, grab that. No, grab that. Install. Okay. I believe you need 2 pieces with one on your ship and one on the other. Okay, so we install the other thing on the other ship, I assume. Okay, there we go. It likes that a little bit more. It doesn't like my wall pieces. Oh, that sucks a lot. That sucks a lot. That's a major retrofit that we would have to do. Okay, let's just take this to station for now, and then we'll fiddle with it later. Because that's going to be some major retrofitting. Because the problem is it doesn't like this wall right here, and it doesn't like that wall right there. Right, we do have both pieces. I assume that this is probably the piece that you install on the other side. Need a bigger airlock. Both pieces get installed on your ship. Okay. Where does this one go then? I see why that one doesn't work. What is your thing? Install. Yeah, it doesn't like the same thing. Okay. That's fine, TM. You down here. Let's just fill in over here first. It combines them. Got it. Yeah, like I said, the issue is going to be here and here. I'm not that jonesing to go fix that at the moment, so we'll go store that on K-Leg for the time being. I'm still not 100% like I have to keep using this ship that we have. Now that we've paid it off, we could sell it and we could pick up a different chassis if we see one we like, or we could find a decent one, and then obviously we could design the ship to fit that in properly. Garbage. Okay, another door. Scrap you. They sell for 25k each. You could buy them for 25k. Yeah, I don't think I'll sell that. We'll put that next to our big suit battery recharger sitting on the station. Anything else for you? Thrusters, okay. More damaged thrusters. Ooh la la. Okay, we got some fusion stuff. Okay. I should have known that. Lunar Maxes do seem to have fusion. Okay, we have a very, very light helium. I'm not even sure this is worthwhile. The last one we had was over 1,000, and I commented thrusters would have been better. So I don't know if we're gonna grab that guy. Maybe if there's nothing else. And what is this? A weird little bin rack? Extinguisher. Sure, we'll take that. I'm collecting way too many of those batteries. Oh, yeah, never mind, you're damaged. Another one. Holy moly. Okay, apparently this was the suit area. Okay, and that's nothing. Okay, so we have a bunch of thrusters that would need repairing. We have a couple turbos. A damaged pellet feeder. Nickel. Empty. How's the situation with my ISP? Now that it's funny you just said that, we just did have a hiccup. It had been totally fine all morning. It seems like it's been a little bit better. Oh, and Tan said that too. Yeah, that was one little hiccup there. It's been way better than it was before. Like I said, we got through all of RimWorld in the morning with no problems, and yesterday we got through of all of Ostranauts with no problems, but I do see that little one here. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna Alt-Tab. I just want to see if I saw what I expect to see when that happens. Yep. One jump did drop. And which one is it? Hop number 8. I'm not convinced it's one of the later ones though. I think it's one of my earlier hops. Just my monitoring thing doesn't catch necessarily where it gets dropped from. But we have been way better. You had to go ahead and jinx us. We'll continue to monitor. Yeah, that's pretty survivable. You know, that's 217 frames at 60 frames a second. You know, it's not that bad. It's when you get a bunch of them in a row that becomes a major issue. Did you notice? Yeah, I did some when we were in the height. I would say we probably had about a 10% drop, give or take. There's definitely been a lot less generosity during the problems too, but that may just be because I've been bitching about it, so I don't know. It's hard to quantify that. All right, let's uninstall this. We're definitely taking that. Okay, not actually that much here other than that piece, so we'll probably... I don't see a reason why I wouldn't fix the thrusters. They're worth enough to be worth my time. We'll do that. And we got plenty of stuff out here to fix it, so we'll do that. For streaming and YouTube in general, consistency, yep. Yes, it is. Yeah, and that's why I've been so frustrated, especially on like Dominions. Like, Dominions is like my real pride that we have done. We have not missed a single time. So like last week, I was very frustrated. It was a fun nation with a good playthrough. And man, my internet was just having none of it. Surprisingly enough, YouTube was able to stitch that Frankenstein together pretty decently. The VOD is not terrible, but it also just isn't as good as it would have been. Those are just normal air pumps. That's kind of the bottom of the hanging fruit. Let's see if we can repair you. Hey, Drew, how's it going? See if we still have pain. Yeah, the pain never ends, man. Unlike my debt, which we were able to actually pay off. Are you given parts or what? I can't tell. Are you actually trying to do those or what? Cancel task, repair. What are you missing? Scrap aluminum. Okay, we may not have enough carbon fiber. All right, then in that case, move over here. Okay, I can't take you apart for parts. Or do you like that one, maybe? Okay, maybe he likes that one instead. Yeah, not enough inventory space to carry the carbon fiber. I see. I see. Okay, hang on. So there is some here, I just can't hold it. Let's go back to ship here. We'll empty out our bag a little bit. Alright, let's drop. You are definitely for sale. We probably will sell you guys. And we'll see if we can repair you. Alright, let's see if this data card... Do I need to hack you? Let's see if this data card has anything on it. Mine, data card, nothing on it. Okay, let's just junk it. It's not particularly worth anything in and of itself. All right, drop you. All right, now we have space that we can actually move stuff around. That was just too full there. So repair. You can get motors by scrapping doors. Yeah, we got plenty of motors. There's a bunch laying around here, and I've got some on the ships, too. don't want to carry a crate full of backpacks. It would probably kill June. He's weak and unfit. He already complains about how much weight he has with just the backpack alone. Prepared, and we're gonna be able to do this one too. We set a bunch of mechanical parts on the ground. Why don't we grab those? So mechanical, electrical, scrap, scrap, hygiene. All right, and then let's restore you. Enough so it doesn't break instantly, and ditto for you, restore. Haven't we found, nope, I have not found a cart yet. The thing is, we could buy one, right? The second I do, you know I'm gonna find it, and it's gonna annoy me, so. Just like with the N2 detector, we'll find one sooner or later. They shouldn't be that rare. It would be very nice though, because I think, aren't they like a 3x3? If I remember right, from seeing other people with them. Head over here. Plunk you in there, and then head back. Alright, there's at least 2 more thrusters that I know of. We'll grab those. I think they're on the other side, but we'll just do a quick over here just to make sure. Okay, normal air pumps, already took the O2. We may come back for that. Don't care about that. Yeah, I just don't think that's going to be worth our time. It's so empty. And it would take up the room of many a thruster, which would be worth more. And we're missing scrap and carbon fiber. Okay, we may be out of carbon fiber. That seems... Were you actually going to do that? Is that what we were trying to do? No. We don't have any carbon fiber. Okay. I don't think we're going to sweat it. I think we're just going to go. Unless you can be repaired. You also need carbon fiber? No. I think we're gonna blow this joint. Not for the amount of work we'd have to do to get anything else. Alright. Yep. Okay, into inventory, head on down. Yeah, the time I spend doing it now just leaves us more room later. Sure. Yeah, let's keep this away from the pumps. No accidents, please. Mind the safety. All right, are you repairable? Yeah, we can restore you. Okay, we don't need to do that right now. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure I wasn't hauling junk with me. Toggle that power, take off our helmet, inventory, into our parts bag. Okay, we have small mechanical parts, electric parts, scrap steel, scrap aluminum, which we didn't have any of, and that's everything. Okay, scrap cloth, I guess, can go in there. Put away the hygiene packs. Actually, we may actually use one of those before our next gig, so I'll just hold on to that. All right, let's get out of here. That was okay. Nothing stellar. Okay, then we talked about either going here, although the rotation's not with it. I think we're gonna go here instead. Better rotation. Dock info, request clearance, undock. Lamps. Pull back slightly. Yep, we should be in the clear. I need to bring the bearing down. Yes, look at this. You are carrying a moderate load, and I have basically what I would consider an empty load at the moment. So, yeah. We are so weak. Okay, slow it down. A little less, please. Good, and accelerate. Okay, get it down to, I don't know, 20, somewhere below 20 minutes, I would say. We'll see what 100 gets us. 16 minutes, sure. In 10 minutes, it would be 19 after. So about 22 after, give or take. I would like to be there. All right, Stinky Boy, get on the exercise machine. 22 after, let's go. Want to go to Cyberbest? I think I'm just gonna hit some new ones. You're not wrong, but it was some turbo air. It was some, I want to say thrusters. Let's find new exciting loot boxes. Okay, 22 after, I said. I'm trying to be really careful. I don't want an oops moment. Not after we just paid this thing off. Yeah, I know you're tired, bud. We're up to 2%? Nope, we're not. He is super tired. All right. We'll give you a break. I'll tell you what. Here. We'll decorate anonymously our hygiene pack. Well, he's getting a little lonely out here in space. Let's just put it that way. Did we steal a treadmill? We bought the treadmill. I am the proud owner of this treadmill. We also have a sleeping bag if we need it. Although I would not want to fall asleep out here at the moment. Okay, 3 minutes. Perfect. How long are we planning to go for today? I usually go for about 4 hours. So we are at about 40 minutes. A little less than that. We'll see. I've been a little twinge in my voice today, but I also only am going to be... Tomorrow's my Dominion's recording day, so I won't be needing my voice for too long tomorrow. Alright, clear. Slow us down a little bit. Your menu, hail ship, local ship. Initiate dock. Okay, we're quite a bit off of point here. Woo, woo, woo. Got a little too much thrust there. Yeah, slow it down, slow it down. A series has consumed you. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. If you like this one, I mean, Quill has done some playthroughs. Avic has done a playthrough. I don't remember off the top of my head some other names. Chazzy Burger's doing a playthrough. So there's a lot of content on there. So I'm glad you're enjoying mine because you have a lot of choices. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, okay, dead body. That's a bad sign. A bajillion cargo containers. That's a good sign. All right, helmet on. I think I'm even gonna go put down the sandy packs because this is gonna be a rough haul. All right, we're gonna need to do some space work here because we're gonna need to add some nodules that we can hook onto for these. Rodamant, yeah, Rodamant's got to play. He's got some pretty good tutorial level stuff too. I think he does a great job on those. This place becoming a palace, yeah, yeah. I've seen exclusive beds on derelicts, but never training gear. Not even the big long distance. Well, they probably aren't as pathetic as we are. Okay. Yeah, cancel action. Lock. Okay. We'll do you two. Lock. Okay. All right. What do we got? A bunch of parts. Not gonna do it. You? Nothing. Okay, a full nav console. I don't see why I wouldn't end up taking that, so I'm gonna grab it. Ooh, and we might try to take this transponder. Trading gear only shows up on pleasure yachts. Okay, that's good to know. We'll take our shot at that. So give me the transponder and we'll try to uninstall you. Decent chance that we break it. We did. Okay, that's fine. All right, nav console, come on in. Plunk you in the airlock for now. And we've got a heater. I don't care. Yeah, the real money for this one is going to be those bins. Or the containers, I guess they're called. Nope, not good enough. Not good enough. Another heater. A bulkhead bin that's loose. Eh. Okay, creepy meat. No, thank you. No, thank you. You think the cigarettes would actually be worth a little bit more? I wonder how they're producing those so cheaply. 51% in an O2 tank? Sure, we'll take that. It's a few thousand. It's ironic, but if you could find a gas hauler that has oxygen and mostly full oxygen tanks, you could make so much money off of that compared to everything else. Okay, you... Yeah, go ahead and come on in. Bring it down here. And then you... Okay. We're going to just install this right there. Yeah, I wouldn't... yeah, the trading gear wouldn't really be worthwhile to steal and sell, just if you were going to use it for yourself. Another thing I was thinking we could do, we have that bedroom back on OK Leg, right? What if we took out some of the furniture and we could put a medical bed in there? Would that work? Could I just install my own medical bed secretly in my bedroom? And then that way when we slept, we could use the medical bed. Empty. Another O2. 64%, not damaged. Sure. O2, big, easy money. Yeah, yeah. With that towing thing, can you take full ship? I don't think you can... I mean, I guess you could tow it close, but you still have to make it flyable, because I think you have to dock that ship. And it looks like we tow by being hooked up with our dock. I think the easiest way to do it is probably have two characters. One flies your own ship, one flies the other ship. You fly the other ship, you dock, you sell it, then you land this ship and you get the other person back on board. I assume that's the easiest way to do it. Or you maybe ferry yourself back and forth. This is going to be a huge haul, though. I mean, this is going to be multiple trips to get all that. Hello, dead guy. I appreciate your money. Alvin Murphy. He was a shipbreaker. He's dead. Am I not allowed to open that from there? No. All right. Sorry, I want your bag. I want to look in it. What do you got? A bunch of booze and food. All right. Well. Okay, where is... door. Scrap. You can take a taxi to ships from station. Yeah, so I guess you'd fly the derelict back, sell it, take a ferry from the station to your ship, and then you could fly back. Or alternatively, like I said, if you have a second character, I assume that would work. I don't see why it wouldn't. Oh. Hello. Not even installed O2 cans? Yeah, sure. I wonder it's so dark in here. I didn't have my light toggled on. You'll want to factory reset the door from inside, set the code to 111 or whatever, and remember to keep the door locked at all times to keep the NPCs away. They're gonna dock and steal my ship, I take it? No, this room. Grab that free oxygen. Yep. Can't argue with that price. No medical bed in K-Leg, so I can't buy one and then install it in my bedroom. That makes me sad. I thought we had a plan. Secretly remodel our crappy bunk into the nicest room on OK-Leg. Wall. Yeah, turbo. A door that goes outside. Turbo pump not damaged. Damaged thrusters. Okay. Alright. Do we have what we need? No, we need... Well, if there's carbon fiber on the ship, we do. We'll give it a try. He seems to think that we can repair it. I guess next time we're on K-Leg, we should probably just buy some carbon fiber. That, for whatever reason, it's super cheap, but it seems to be kind of rare. We can repair it. If you want to install it, you have to lock the door. I mean, we could totally lock the door to on K-Leg. That's fine. Converted the hall into your station bedroom. Nice. I don't even want to go that far. I'll just do it in my current bedroom, but yeah, I'm gonna give that a try, I think. It wasn't cheap though. It was like 25 or 50,000 to buy a med bed. So there is that. A little bit of restore. I take it the NPCs go there to try to heal themselves. That's kind of funny. If only there's a way we could start a, I don't even know what you'd call that. Rent a medical bed. It's like a hostel, but a hospital, a hostable or something. We wouldn't even have to be a spacer anymore. We could just rent medical beds. Okay, we've got that. Can we repair this one? Looks like we can. You're going outside, which makes me a little bit on the nervous side. What do you got? Okay, you just decided to repair from outside. Okay, that's fine. You needed some parts. Sometimes when things get damaged, they drop their own parts, so you can pick up their parts to get a repair on them. Unregistered back alley doctor. Well, yeah, exactly. What could go wrong? He doesn't even charge you exorbitant prices. It's totally fair. Okay, restore you a little bit. Cancel, install. I'm playing with the small potatoes. This is where the real money's gonna be. We already are, Makara. We have paid off our debt. We were debt-free at the end of last stream. This is our first run as a free man. And what a bank we have just found. I think we can Well, I don't know. We've got the cooler on this side. We're not going to be able to take that many, but we're going to make a lot of runs back and forth. And they'll be relatively quick because we won't be stripping individual parts out. We just have to get those containers moved, and then we can go back and forth. Okay, let's go get the other thruster up here. Yeah, this is massive. Massive, massive. Even just the regular cargo pods are worth a decent amount. You say you don't want to go? I mean, it's not that I don't want to go. I'm just not. That's not the current like plan. The front could work too. Yeah, that's true. I wasn't even thinking about that. What's the easiest way to do this? I think I'm gonna poke a hole. Yeah, where can I get near the exit? I'm gonna poke a hole in the ship here. So wall, I want to uninstall you. We're gonna need some wall and some floor. Uninstall. Okay, then give me that. Need that. Okay, so I think we can fit one right here. So if we go to you and we install there. So if we install the floor here and a wall here, and then we hook the bins on, that's what I'm at least thinking. Install that there. And then we'll daisy chain those out as far as we can. Yeah. All right, let's waddle our way over there. Probably easiest if I just make a hole over here. Okay. All right, give me that juicy. Oh, and these are specialty pods. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, well. Free cache, yeah. I think when you open the or when you uninstall them, they drop what's inside them. I think we noticed that at one point where like water or something came out of it. But this is cache. This is major cache. All right, so we might as well uninstall at least 3 of these because we should be able to fit 3 on our current extension. Uninstall it. Okay, and then grab it and head down here. Okay, and then we want to install right there. Mm-hmm. All right, waddle your way up here, buddy. I don't remember how much were these worth? Like, was it 15K each? Something along those lines? And bring that down. So this will be 45K if it's 15 each. 95% on 3. Yep. Skills are coming along nicely. 15 to 20. Okay. I know the specialty ones are the good ones. Install. Kind of interesting how these hook together. What an interesting system. Okay. Back here. He doesn't really like moving. Okay, there we go. Sometimes it doesn't like when you're trying to just path in space for whatever reason. Come on down. Come on, buddy. Come on. Wiggle. Wiggle harder. And then install. Oh, I'm not far enough down. Right. I need to be below. Yeah, see, he doesn't like the path over here. I need to be below my airlock in order to do install commands. There you go. And is 3 the maximum I can do? Is that correct? See, the pain is the pain is slowly going down. Last time I officially declared ourselves halfway done with pain. It has been painful, and that's been with spamming mechites, basically. Or mechanites, or healing nanites, or whatever they're called. We've been spamming that basically every time we've noticed they're up. Okay, answer me this. If I do another little extension right here, I assume this is still going to work, because I don't think it's actually modeling this. I think it just has to exist. So I can put an expansion right here and put another 3 on, right? I'm going to assume that's the case. We need another floor. June got left. Dude, we're lucky we lived. We were at the point where I think we were passing out from pain during the combat. Like, the fact that we surrendered and then he went to sleep and we tossed him out the airlock is literally why we lived. Like, we did not win that fight. I was feeling pretty confident because we got an early stab. And it seemed like he was bleeding really hard, but it also didn't finish him off, so... yeah, I don't know. Cargo pods are the equivalent of today's cargo containers. Not sure how many a truck can pull. I mean, we could pull a lot of these, let's be honest. Install you here. I'm going to assume that this works. We'll be very sad if it doesn't. Install that there. And that gets us another 3. Remember, you asked yesterday about 4X, but have I ever seen Delta V Rings of Saturn? I haven't played it. I vaguely know it exists. I think I probably watched Splattercat, if I had to guess, previewing stuff. He does such a good job of just finding good games that are kind of in my wheelhouse a lot of times. Okay, yeah, we just need 3 more bins. We want to go this way. We may as well get these because they're easier to grab. Uninstall. It's stupid, but it works, so it's not stupid. I mean, there you go. Delta V is fantastic, but it only has about 20 hours of content. Okay. Yeah, I mean, along the same lines, there's also... I can't think of what the name is. You play as like a prisoner on like a prison station. I think it's like a time management game, maybe? That was another one that looked kind of interesting. Like, right now, I've got, like, coming to this channel soon, we have Dustland Deliveries. I want to do a playthrough of that. I picked that up on Steam sale. I've got 6 Ages, The Lights Go Out, which is the sequel to Ride Like the Wind, which is the prequel sequel to King of Dragon Pass. So if you haven't watched Ride Like the Wind playthrough, you should, because we're gonna do the Lights Go Out playthrough very soon. So that's 2 things I want to get done. X4, I'm basically just waiting for the diplomacy patch to come through to reach finalization. And or maybe we'll see what their next DLC is, because I assume they do a patch and DLC release at the same time. I think that's their cadence. We got Age of Wonders 4. Apparently that's out this month. I thought it was like months away for some reason. But we'll definitely be doing another playthrough of Age of Wonders 4. So that's coming. That's just off the top of my head. So we got all kinds of stuff coming. So Ostranauts has been really fun. I don't know where we're at. If people keep watching and I'm not bored, we'll keep playing. But at some point we'll get done. Whether that's before Venus, after Venus, I don't know. Multiple NPCs could also be incredibly frustrating, which would also possibly be another stop point for me. So we'll see how they act, see how they do. X4 is a massive time investment. We'll have 10 viewers. All right, I mean, I'll hold you to that, Makara. There better be at least 10 viewers when I do X4. I don't know. It's always the push and pull, right? Do you do what you want to do? Do you do what people want to watch? And the golden one is if you can find the two that are the same thing. So, it's also the downside of kind of being a variety channel rather than a single topic. Conversely, though, I'm at least somewhat insulated at this point that, like, someday Dominions will end. Like, let's all just be realistic here. I don't think my channel will completely fall apart. Whereas I used to worry about that a little bit. Because there's a serious thing about just, you're the channel that does X game and that's the only thing people watch you for. And then when that game's done for whatever reason, you're screwed. What's the name of the ship? Intermittent Issues, Broad. It is named the Intermittent Issues. Named fondly after my internet. X4 will have you do a lot between sessions. And it may just also just turn out to be the type of game that I can't do because there's only so much time in the day. And especially when I'm back at work, I work full time. So, you know, between work itself, driving, getting ready for work, etc., etc. I mean, that's like, let's call it 10 hours of my day. I generally get 4 to 6 hours of sleep while I'm working. So we're at 16 hours in my day. You know, there's only so much time. So if I can't just play it on stream, that would be rather difficult to keep something like that going. So we'll see. Again, we'll just see. Install. If nothing else, I know the storyline I want to kind of play, or like the story I want to tell. You gonna do that, buddy? Yeah, there you go. The story I want to tell would probably take me 12-ish hours to stream. And then if it's not popular, I would have an off ramp. Like I said, I tried it with big games like that. I try to think of like series goals. So like, I want to get to this point. And if we get to that point and nobody's watching it, I can just call it there and feel good. Like, yeah, I accomplished the goal I wanted to accomplish. And if we get to that point and people are loving it, like in this one, my original goal was pay off the debt. Well, we got there, but we're still playing because people want to watch it and I'm still having fun. So that's the type of thing I've tried to do with those type of games. Because it can be really hard. It can be really hard when you're putting a lot of time into a series and no one's watching. Cavalry Girls. I enjoyed that playthrough a lot. It was not super popular on the channel. I do still suggest that game, by the way. If you like top-down mech shooters, good game. It's got some patching since I played too. So there's that. There's always Conquest of Elysium. If Dominions is niche, Conquest of Elysium is the niche that niche plays in its free time. Dukoden. I vaguely know what that... I mean, it's not that I'm at a loss of things to do, right? Like, I have so much in my backlog. And one of the things I love about making content is it holds me a little bit accountable. Because I'm a person that I'll start a run, and then usually what will happen is I don't get bored, but something will come up, and I have to take a break. And then when I'm coming back, I'm like, oh, I don't want to start there. I don't remember what I was doing. I forgot the story. I'm not emotionally invested. I'll just restart. And I just start over and over and over again. Whereas a series, if I'm streaming it, you guys hold me accountable. And I feel like I'm letting you down if I keep restarting. So it lets me actually finish things. Like, there's no way I would have finished Tale of Immortal if I wasn't doing a series. No way. I had played probably 200 hours of Tale of Immortal and never gotten past the second zone. Whereas by doing a series, even if at the time it wasn't super popular, it held me accountable and got me to actually finish it. Like, how many of you guys have restart-itis? Where you start a game, you play it for a while, and then either you have to take a break, and when you come back, you're like, oh, I'm just going to restart. Or you get a certain ways in, you're like, oh, I should have done that differently. I'll just restart. And you do it over and over and over again. And when you play really long games that are like 50 to 100 to 200 hours, you just can't afford to do that. You just can't afford to do that and ever get something actually done. Levin says, I have to say, as much as you're entertaining, I really do find Dom 6 impenetrable. Dom 6 is definitely you will either like get it and fall in love, or it's just never going to be for you. And that's totally fine. You know, not every game has to be for every person. Not every piece of content needs to be for every person. For me, that game scratches that deep strategic fantasy itch with really different nations. I mentioned it before, but like what I compare it to was Shogun. I love Shogun, but when your special unit is, my samurai does +1 damage. Oh, my samurai has +1 armor. That is so uncreative and boring. Maybe it's realistic, sure, whatever. I think that's part of what made the Warhammer Total War so popular, is because you had vastly different nations to play that did not generally play totally the same. Like, that was such a departure. Okay, I actually messed that up a little bit. Let's drag this inside. I need to go add our extensions. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so drop that on the floor. We need to uninstall a wall. Restart, yeah, Civ 6, yeah. One of the things I loved about Gladius, I find, is, at least the way I play it, short enough that I generally finish Gladius games, or Zephon would be their sequel. That was one of the things I really liked about that. Which is funny, because the thing I don't like about Gladius is that it's not a civilization builder. It's like on the edge of being a tactical game and not a strategy game, if that makes any sense. Like, yes, you build cities, yes, you build buildings, but it's more like you're building a military base and not a civilization, which generally is what I would tell you I don't like. But I finished games of Gladius. I've beaten it. That was one of the big multiplayer games for me and my friends. And so I have beaten, I'm trying to think what difficulty it was. We were up several difficulties, pretty high into cheating AI, basically. And we were consistently being able to beat that in a single sitting, which felt very good when you're used to not being able to finish games. Okay, now, oh, I guess we could have stuck them over here. This is gonna be so weird. This is gonna be so weird. So if we install this, I guess either one works. We'll put it here. Okay, that's probably why I grabbed that piece the way I did. Now it makes sense. Okay, so 3 more here. 3 more. Yeah, we might be able to get most of these in one run, weirdly enough. Come on, buddy. Wiggle back this way. Can't wait for Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered. Do we have any more info on that? When's that coming out? Final Fantasy Tactics is one of the games I felt that I've missed out in my life. I've never had the system that could play it. My car says I have the opposite of restartitis. I obsessively devour a game until I never want to look at it again. That could be good too, though. Like, you've got the game and you've mastered it to the point that you're just satisfied. Like, lucky you, man. Yeah, we will need to repair those, but we're not going to do it yet, June. Let's go get those installed soonish. And that's coming out on PC, right? Right, on PC? More of an ogre. Oh, dude, Ogre Battle. Oh, I never finished Ogre Battle 64. That's one of my regrets. I would love to do that someday. I have it. I remember the original March of the Black Queen. That game I had as a kid. So I had really bad teeth as a kid, like really bad teeth. Just snarl-toothed, essentially. So I had to have a lot of teeth pulled. My jaw was just small and just horrific dentistry. Let's just put it that way. And so when I got my teeth pulled, I got to rent a video game to play. And so I got Ogre Battle, March of the Black Queen. And oh man, I played the shit out of that game. I played the shit out of that game. It was so good. It was so good. I never beat it, obviously. I was too young to actually probably beat that, but I loved it. Another one that I rented that I did actually get that one, but Chrono Trigger. I mentioned it before, but I have a distinct memory of I had rented Chrono Trigger and my friend was over, and I don't remember what the circumstances were, but like my mom insisted that I had to go to church on Saturday evening. We weren't going to go on Sunday. And so I had to leave my friend there, and he got to play it while I was at church, but he couldn't figure out how to delete the name. So he tried to rename Chrono to his name. Let's call it Russ. So instead of being Chrono, the main character's name was Russo. And so that was just hilarious to me. And we played the crap out of that. I think we stayed awake the entire weekend playing Chrono Trigger. And it blew my mind. It absolutely blew my mind. To this day, one of my favorite RPG stories. I still think about it. I still listen to remixes of Throg's theme and the Black Wind Blows, Magus's theme. So good. Mine is Glenn. I can quote it. So good. I would love to do a Chrono Trigger playthrough on the channel someday. I think the PC release is playable now. I know it released in a pretty rough shape. Final Fantasy Tactics comes out on Steam in January. I will be playing that. I will be playing that. What abomination are we building? What absolute... You know what? We can fit 3 more right here. Oh boy. Skala's theme? Well. Yeah, when you meet Janice, and I'm trying to be careful on spoilers here, but if you haven't played Chrono Trigger and you like RPGs, you owe it to yourself to go play Chrono Trigger. So good. The Mammon Machine. Oh. As somebody who named themselves Babel Builder, you can imagine how much I enjoy that. The 3 Wise Men, also. Those characters. You guys got me all nostalgia here. Wait a second. What is this door? How have I been getting over there? No. Hang on. What is this door? How did I close this? Ogre Battle in Black. Yep, from the Queen songs. Yep. I have literally no idea how I was getting into this hallway if that was closed. Okay, whatever. I think I am going to put another arm on this. We're going to be at this wreck for a while, so I guess it's fine. All right, let's do that. Let's go add another arm. So I need another piece of wall, please. I never played Chrono Cross. I don't think it came out on Super Nintendo, right? Back then, I was a Nintendo kid. We had a Mac for a computer because my parents were teachers, so Macs were for education, so that's what I got. And I was a Nintendo. I had a normal Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, a Virtual Boy, a Game Boy, an N64, and then I finally got a PlayStation because I wanted to play all the cool JRPGs, so I got a PS2. And PS2 was the last console I owned. I did buy a used Wii off my friend. He was just going to get rid of it, and I wanted to play Monster Hunter Tri. So I basically got a Wii just to play Monster Hunter. And I played like 400 hours of Monster Hunter Tri. Solo beat it, also. Very proud of that. Still my favorite Monster Hunter, I think, even with the newer stuff being pretty... Well, World was good and Wilds was... existed. 64 had some... Yeah, GoldenEye. Perfect Dark. Some of the few shooters I've ever enjoyed. I'm not generally a shooter person. I do like co-op shooters, like Left 4 Dead. I did play a lot of that. And I played the original Helldivers, but I've been playing Helldivers 2 recently. Speaking of which, we were just talking about Helldivers yesterday. Day before, after stream, I went and got dinner, cleaned up, got on to play a couple hours of Helldivers. I had a fantastic time. I had so much fun. Like, every team had people on comms. Sometimes they were like, you could tell that it was like a group of friends. Sometimes it was a group of randoms. Some of the missions went well, some went bad. Everyone just had fun. Last night, my goodness. Match 1, I load in. I instantly get kicked out of the map. Okay, well, why is your map open if you don't want other people to join it? Map 2, same thing happens. Instantly load in, instantly get kicked from the game. Okay. Third game, drop in. The people in there in the lobby are kind of like mad at each other because they're trying to do some sort of achievement or whatever. And they don't kick me because they've already screwed it up or something. We finish the map, and then one of the guys is telling to kick me, and I'm like, okay, I'll just leave. He's like, oh, no, it's fine. We're trying to do this achievement. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. I'll do it. That's fine. I don't mind. They fail the achievement. They get all cranky with each other. I leave because I don't want to be around people who are just getting mad at each other for no reason. Next game I get in, some random dude starts team killing me because I'm doing side objectives. Every team does side objectives. So I kill him back, and he gets absolutely nuclear butthurt. And I'm just like, okay, dude, whatever. Okay. I don't know what you're so mad about. You literally started it. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. So weird. It was so weird. Especially after coming off such a good experience the day before. Okay, I really want to get at least 3 more sets of these bolted onto the ship. So I think we will do another one out front here. I want to take at least all the specialty pods, even if we don't take the other stuff. Put that right there. Ian the Waller says perfect dark. Yep. Recreating the money scene. The alien guns were so broken. I really enjoyed them. The sniper rifle that you could like see through the walls and whatnot. That's the one I remember. And the suitcase auto turret thing. I remember using that a whole bunch. Oh, back in the day when you had to play split screen FPSs and you know your friends were cheating. Brigadine Legend of Forcina. Don't know that one. Right now, if I was going to play like a retro RPG, which I don't even think it's available on anything I own or could play, what was the one? It's from the 90s, and the magic in the game, I think there were 2 or 3 of them, was music. So like you had a group, and there were like 3 cities left in the world or something, and you had these like, I don't know if they were angels or they were just women or something, but they could sing. And like one of the songs was like Ars Technica or something. Can't remember exactly what it's called. I've been listening to the music from that, and it really intrigued me. I would really like to go play that. But like I said, I don't own anything that it's on. How did we uninstall one of these? We have some left over here? No. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Was one of these just missing? Oh, did I? No, did I just leave it in here? No. Okay. Obviously, I'm not paying enough attention here. Watching you install crap to grab all the good stuff, the things we do to min-max. I mean, yeah. When you were a kid, did you never, like, tie your wheelbarrow to your bike because you had to haul something? I mean, that's literally what we're doing here. Uninstall. I think I'm just going to get these all uninstalled quick. Let's just do that. Orders, uninstall. What would this be? Equipment? Yeah. June, just get that done for me, eh? One more. Uninstall. Hiding your controls on penalty in football games so they wouldn't cheat looking through their fingers. I've never been a sports person particularly, and that extends into sports games generally. Although I do like Blood Bowl a little bit, some of the better versions of that. Mutant League Football. My friend had that. Any of you guys ever play that one? That's what I want real football to be. I would watch that. Not the garbage they have now. I want Mutant League Football. Mega Man Legends. I remember, I'll age myself here a little bit. I remember the flat table version of Pac-Man was in the like salon where when I was really, really little, I got my hair cut. And so when it was haircut day, I usually got at least a quarter or two that I got to play Pac-Man, like the original Pac-Man. And then I remember Mario Brothers in Pizza Hut. They had an arcade for it. And then that was right around the time that the normal Nintendo came out, and I got one. Front Mission 3 was peak RPG. Really struck the mecha RPG itch. Nice. Yeah, good mecha games are hard to come by. All right, where is this mystery pod that I've misplaced? There should be one pod somewhere, because I really feel like we should have a dividable number by 3, and we're missing a pod somewhere. At least I think we are. I didn't drop it in here. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm crazy. What did I miss here? If you had refit your airlock earlier, you could have towed the wreck to OK-Leg. You're not wrong, but it would be quite the retrofit. It would be quite the retrofit. I'd have to redo that entire back end, and I really don't want to lose the functionality. Okay, I'm gonna draw a space PP on this before I install it. Dude's getting a little lonely out here in space is all I'm saying. Install. There you go. We need to go chat up the ladies when we get back to the station, because we're feeling it. Table video games, Godfather's Pizza. Doom on your cousin's computer. Yeah, I remember at so I mentioned last time I had an uncle who owned a bookstore, and he had a computer in it, and it was a Windows computer, not a Macintosh. And my cousin, who's a bit older than me, was showing me Leisure Suit Larry. I have a distinct memory of him playing that and then him letting me play it. Again, that probably ages me. Install. I know this is taking a while, but this is gonna pay dividends. We're bringing back more cash than we probably made yesterday. One of the reasons that would make this worth towing, this ship is probably good enough that I could have got it seaworthy and we could have sold it if we could afford the flip. Not that I think we probably can. We're cooking now, though. We're cooking now. I need 6 more installs after this, and then we'll probably fly home and I'll repair them there. That way I can have power and air and whatnot, just in case. Install there. Maybe it's Maybelline. I mean, maybe it is. I did not buy the wreck. That is correct. I only have salvage rights. I do think it's really interesting. Yesterday, we actually caught one of the tow trucks towed one of the wrecks that I had salvaged to K-Leg, which answered one of my questions of where do the old wrecks go? So before, when you're just starting the game, your character works on K-Leg and you're doing the final rip apart. And that's why you have such a crappy job, because you're getting these holes after someone like June has already taken all the good stuff off of it. So that makes total sense why you can never get ahead, because there never will be anything worth anything. So you're literally just a wage slave. We scanned our ship. Or they scanned my ship. Okay. All right, we need to add 2 more, let's call them anchor points, and then we're done. Now, if I was smart, I know we're stretching here, I would do it if I did 1 here. I can do 1 there and then 1 there. So we could do, I'm thinking about the future. I probably won't keep these forever, but this is definitely a design feature I'm going to add to ships in the future. I'm going to design them with at least 6 hookups, I would say. Maybe even 12. We'll do along the front. Excuse me. So that we can easily install these. All right, grab you. Nope, not my pill bottle. Install. Ice climbers at the top of Mount Bachelor when my family was skiing as a kid. Before Smash Bros. So I actually knew whom the characters were. Nice. So wrecks are, with stuff are very bad to buy. You want wrecks that are just a bare hole. You could put stuff in it and make rooms for max. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could you just buy it? You could salvage off of it first to lower the price and then buy it and then repair it. I suppose you could do that. Yeah, I think I am going to do that, Broad. I'm just going to leave these little, let's call them hitch points, I guess. There's no reason. It's not that much weight having a couple extras. Your old job just paid you for working, no bonus for what you work. Basically, yeah, Wing Solutions got it there. So when you make your character, essentially you're just a wage slave. Like you're a 9-to-5 dude, and your job is to basically just cut these things apart. And so even when you find the good stuff, you're not allowed to keep it. It's not yours. You're supposed to turn it in. And so a lot of those adventure stories are you stealing stuff essentially to sell. Hang on, I didn't get another attach point done, did I? Drop you off. Come down here. Install the floor. The price is set, it doesn't go down. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So I can't game the system. Also, throw my trash on the floor. That's right, nobody's here to stop me. I'm a free man. I'll litter if I want. There's no way. We looked at this ship, it was like 3 million. Something like that. I'm sure we saw this when we were looking at ships last time. Okay, floor install. Now I need you to be... yeah, right there. Oh, I still have another thing to add to that too. Getting ahead of myself here. Okay, I do think I misplaced a container somewhere. Totally gonna run into this stupid thing, aren't I? All right, because you're the third one on that. All right, where did I put that? I must have dropped it on the floor somewhere, right? Because, yeah, we're missing one. Shoot. All right, we'll find it. Before you start floating, yeah, we're not that close to that yet, because we're going to need enough slush funds to be able to buy Rex. So, oh no, oh, that's too close. Shoot. Okay, I need to move that over one. I miscalculated. I did it in one direction, but not the other properly. All right, drop you there. Come down here. Install. Uninstall. Install. There. Install there. All right, and if we have to, we can do one more set. I think we may just call this good enough, and we'll make a second trip to get the regular pods. That probably is worth it, and it won't take nearly as long because I'm not going to have to add the tow points. Install there. You ready to spend the next hour flying? I'm not going to spend an hour. We'll just look. If I don't find it, I can't set it down in space, so I had to set it down inside the wreck, right? Right? Surely? That's very disappointing, though, if I did misplace that. Because that's 20k, essentially. Something along those lines. Maybe I accidentally jettisoned it. I wouldn't be the first time I accidentally clicked something. Buy a cheap wreck and expand it? Yeah. Like I said, I'm not married to this ship. If we see something interesting for sale, I'm not against buying that and then upgrading that ship. Like, there's nothing... I don't feel super sentimental value on this. Let's just put it that way. Okay, it's not here. It's not there. I couldn't have dropped it on this side. Also, I did a point here. That's too close. I couldn't put another one here, so we actually don't need this. Yeah, we don't need that. Let's take these off, and I can use them to add another point on the other side. Yeah, I would totally believe that I jettisoned it. That would not be outside the realm of possibility. Uninstall the floor. Grab the floor. I'll give it one last look here in a second, but if we don't see it, it's whatever. I do see we have a couple other little pieces to grab here, like a turbo. Okay, so I need 3 wall spaces between these. Can I fit you? 1, 2, 3, and it would go here. So the answer is yes, I can fit you. The thruster should not be able to work quite like that, but that's okay. We'll survive. I'll design our forever ship with that in mind. All right, back inside. Turbo. Install. The great thing about this game is that you have freedom. You can build your starter ship into whatever you want, or sell it and buy something new. It's fun either way. I totally agree. Yeah, that's like I said. I'm not like I have to expand this ship. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I've not really decided, frankly. If I see something like the beginning passenger ships are a lot more spacious. Like, we would start with more room than what I've already got, and it would be simpler maybe to do some upgrades to it. So, you know what? Speaking of which, there's an N2 alarm. You son of a gun. Speaking of expanding ships. All right, I'm looking for salvage I want to take to sell. Okay, you're normal. You're normals. Got your door. Yeah, I have no idea. I must have jettisoned it. Very disappointing. Oh. I didn't even walk in here. I got too excited. We have a full fusion core. Okay. I'll take your PDF. I will not take your aluminum scrap. You guys let me... We could examine the body. Okay, I'll probably do that too before we leave. Coolers, a battery. Did you just pick some garbage up? No. Alright, we looked in that tote. Oh, that's a vent. Poster. New core liner and no damage. We have tons of room. We are gonna weigh a bajillion tons. We are gonna weigh a bajillion tons. Okay. And yoink. Right. Be patient. Do it. Undamaged battery tube. Okay, I'll see if I can grab that. We got the room. We can fit probably all the fusion stuff, frankly. Or if not, we'll be close. Second piece, third piece, fourth piece, and we still have all of that. Good thing I decided to take a second walk around. I don't know how I almost missed that. I was too excited by the cargo pods. I mean, these are each worth about a cargo pod themselves. Plunk next. Man, our first day as a free man, and look how much money we're making. Fate finally is smiling at me. Might want to grab a set of alarms if you plan to flip ships are small enough to stash without too much room. That's true. That N2 one is very rare. We may grab that. And just for the hilarity of it too. After all my ordeals. I already forgot where it was. You have to remind me when we pass it. Okay. We should also take a close look and make sure there's no extra liners in here. Don't think so. Damaged battery, not damaged battery. Damaged fuel injector worth 3. Laser arrays. Okay, that's damaged. Damaged. And we can repair some of this. It's not like I can't repair it. Let's... Okay, you're not damaged. Let's uninstall you. That is a great idea. If we set our light down, we can find it a little more, the room more easily when I'm trying to track my way back here. Okay, you're damaged. You're damaged. Okay. Can I repair you with parts from the ship? It looks like it. The MHG. Fuel regulator. What is the MHG? Fusion grade. Oh, here we go. MHD is the generator. This is the part that lets you make power off your fusion core. Okay, and then we would like to restore it. Good enough. Nope. Repair it. I really dislike how the hotkeys change. So I cancel what I'm doing and I click the button to uninstall, but the uninstall button becomes the bash button. You can keep saying it as many times as you want, Mikara. That doesn't bother me, but that doesn't mean I'll listen either. And like I said, I'm not even saying you're wrong. It's just not what I'm going to do right now. I don't feel like I'm ready to bother with that yet. If we had our forever ship, maybe I would be more interested if I get to the point where I'm making that decision. Because even if I do want the part and it's rare, oh darn, I guess I'll have to play some more and find the part. Man, that'll be horrible. When I'm playing the game, I'm having so much fun. All right, we're going to cancel. We're going to repair. We're not going to bash it. Sky. Again, maybe that could use a "Are you sure" button. Not even his mom is safe. I'm pretty sure, isn't our mother a criminal on, like, Jupiter or something? I think she's probably pretty safe. Especially if I don't take the advice about building a fusion torch. The trauma is real, Mikara. The trauma is real. Yep. It's like me and that N2. Don't let me leave here without grabbing that N2 alarm. I think that one has convinced me. D20 I've sold a decent amount of those. Maybe I'm just building up my good karma. Also, we're down to 33% suit battery, just of note. Pain's still going down. Food's still fine. We are getting... No, we're still rested. We're okay. Okay. Now I am going to restore what we just repaired. Now I'm going to pause the game. And we're going to cancel. And now we're going to uninstall. We're not going to bash it, June. We're going to uninstall it. All right, Miss. Have a good one, man. I'm glad you enjoyed the series. I'm glad you enjoyed the series. Feel free, like I always say, if you have something you want to comment on, I do read all the comments. So if you notice where I left something, feel free to tell me in the comments. All right, now you are a bit of a chunky boy. Yeah, that's fine. We are getting relatively close to being full. Good tip for the light, by the way. That's actually something I'm going to start doing from now on. Because yeah, I think you've seen I struggle to click the path back to where I want to go to. And I waste a lot of time fiddling with that. It's further up than I feel like it, than I'm expecting it, I guess, is what's throwing me off. Wait, you guys are specialty pods too? Oh la la. I thought those were regular pods. Yeah. Yeah. June, you're gonna be drawing lots of space PPs because we're not gonna have time to talk up the ladies. We got money to make. I don't want to chance this getting towed away or something. Okay, let's slow it down here. All right, what do we want and what do we have room? I have room for a 3x1. I don't think any of this is 3x1. Yeah, I think when we come back, we'll have to pick up some more of this. The battery won't fit. Yeah, I think we're done for this one. Now, I may as well bring one more pod. There's no reason not to. I'm just going to assume that my hand slipped and June let it float away. That's probably what happened. I probably hit jettison at some point on accident. Again, how about a checkbox that I can say verify action? Green thing. You have to be a little more specific than that. Green thing. Oh, also my light. Sure. We do go through a lot of mechanical parts. I also still have not got that N2 detector because I forgot where it was, apparently. Oh, okay. Maybe there was one missing. Maybe I just thought I had it. There's a core pump on the left side of the generator. Oh, that's a 3x1. Okay, I'll check it. All right, grab you. Come down here. It's hidden by the body. Okay, hang on a second. I do want to see. Somebody asked if there was another hiccup, and I wasn't looking. I think we must have had one. Because my OBS is now telling me we're clean, which we should not be telling me that we were clean. All right. Well, at least we're better than we were is all I can say for the time being. I'm going to try to wrangle an actual connection with the people who work on that, because going through an intermediary who isn't as invested as me in making sure this is fixed is not the way to do this. I want to talk to the people who are working on the issue. I can't imagine that we just magically got better, so I think somebody did take a look at it on Saturday and realized how foobarred it was. Okay, body drag. Okay, drop. Okay, green thing by the body. Ah, this. A damaged fusion core pump. Can we repair you? Looks like we're going for parts, so the answer is yes. Something from the supply closet. It was steel. Okay. while he works on it, I'm gonna alt tab for a second. I hope the game keeps going. I want to just get into my studio on YouTube and turn that on. That's a different way I can monitor things. Oh my goodness. We only have 6.8. This must be using a different skill than what we normally use. 99% combat engineering. Maybe not. I don't know why you're taking for so long. Oh, we're hungry. That's probably why. Man, we have 4 skills that are almost going to finish up here. We might be the best shipbreaker on OK Leg. Now, restore. The money's going to be great. The money is going to be great. Drill battery, 49%. How about, here's another one. What if we could actually have our tools linked to our HUD via our PDA and have just show battery percentages? That's enough. Uninstall. Yeah, this wreck is definitely worth coming back to. This alone makes it worthwhile, and we'll clean out the rest of this next time. All right, and jump in here. We're on our way out, so we will toggle power on that. Head on down. Okay, and you drop in there. Okay, helmet can come off. Let's hop in here. Nothing should need to be repaired, so I should be able to put away the repair stuff. We're building up a lot of those. I really don't want that many. Mechanical parts, sure. Apparently we drank that at some point. That's also kind of garbage. Come over here. Just while I'm thinking of it, let's unlock. Let's unlock. Let's get in home. File transfer. Mine. You. Okay. Mine. Oh, okay. That's actually... Okay, that's a better way to do that than I was doing before. And then I can drop those on the ground. Like I said, I like getting those out of my inventory so I don't accidentally. I think we're good to go. I didn't turn that off, so we should be able to just jump on in. Okay, this is the Belly of Tea. Great name for a ship. Great name for a ship. And holy moly, we've been here for half a K-leg rotation. Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be really annoying to fly back here, too. Docking info request, undock. Alright, yeah, we're going to need some juice here. Okay. Now I need to be a little bit to the right because we're gonna have to fly past K-leg. I don't feel like we're targeting K-leg. K-leg. Yeah, I'm going too far there. Yeah, something like that. I think I might just sit in the seat for this one. This is gonna be a little different than I normally drive. 20 minutes. We need to bleed off a whole bunch of cross. Not all of it, though, probably. Yeah, let's leave a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make some course adjustments. Belly a key, gonna immediately figure that. I may not actually commit that immediately. Remember, you're larger than you appear because of greed. Nice. Let's actually go around that a little bit harder. Again, I'm a little leery of that. That's fine. Belly of tea. Okay, what's the best way to do this? I guess this a little bit. Yeah. Kind of a different style of flying here than I normally have been doing. Because we have to go around the edge here. We'll get over to like here and then I'll reroute. Aim for roads. Yeah, well, if I did that, we would fly through the asteroid, so we actually do need to go around it a little bit. We'll make it. It'll be fine. Probably should start bleeding off actually some of this velocity, though. Okay. Spin it around. You use prescription pain reliever. Oh, you jerk! Why? Why? All the room in the entire system, and you have to fly like that. Yeah, see? He's bringing in one of the wrecks that's all used up, so he's gonna bring it in here for them to break it down. I won't lie, I thought that's really clever. What a great way that the game actually clears out the old wrecks and has an excuse to bring in new ones. Okay. Let's get this fixed. Okay. Bleed off all the cross. Most of the cross. Right. Fix the bearing. 50, 55, 60. Okay. And we're 1 minute out. Sure. I'm gonna brake kind of hard when we get closer. I'm pretty proud of this, actually. That was a pretty good flight. Main menu, hail ship, okay leg, docking. This is the intermittent issues. You're too far away. Alright, am I allowed to talk to docking now? Docking. Request docking. Docking. Alright, and we do want to brake pretty hard here. Pretty hard here. There we go. Moving it at 50, that should be fine. Anti-non-scattered debris. You started playing this before they added in PC visibility. That it's a nice detail. I really like that. That adds a lot of flavor, actually. And like, if this was a real thing, right? Like, imagine how many of these scav people would be just salivating at seeing that new ship fly in. They'd all be racing to go over to the wreck to dock first. Got it. Good job. Okay, now we have a lot of work to do before we're going to be done here, so plop that in there. Let's change out our battery, because yes, we're probably going to have that much work to do. Okay. 100% battery in here. Needs charging there. 100% back here. Okay. Orders, repair, loose. We'll start by just doing the inside stuff. And equipment, M2. Okay, and yeah, let's change. Well, we are gonna have to change. Well, okay. Orders, repair. All right, I'll queue this up. We'll go outside and we'll do this first before we get changed. We're gonna need to do it anyways, so put your helmet back on. Actually, you know what? No. Go eat your lunch first. Then we'll put our helmet on. Chili vinegar fish balls. Long for better food. Oh, I'm longing. I'm longing. Okay, eat it. Delicious. Alright, put your helmet back on so we don't have an oopsie. Come in here. Oh, remember that we have a bunch of stuff in here that also needs to be repaired. Okay. Open airlock. Boy, those take a long time. Open airlock. They got rid of the haulers, random spinning at 5 kilometers per hour. Oh my goodness. Imagine how dangerous that would be just to the ship themselves with all that wreck and debris around here. And you're just gonna like zoom through it. No, thank you. All right, I'm gonna go to here and I'm gonna turn him on auto and hopefully he's gonna do these in a sane order. We'll see. Auto task. Nope. Nope, he's sure not. What do you want to do first? Really, dude? Okay. Okay. You didn't want to do the one that was nearby? I guess that's fine. Okay, if we're gonna be dumb and do that, then I'm gonna do this a little differently. I want you to come over and restore that first. I want to get this uninstalled, and then we can turn off all of our proxies. They wanted to be fighter pilots, I guess. Wanted to be Daredevil test pilots or something. Right, and then not taking out the floor, because the floor will kill us. We're gonna uninstall the nav station. Let it run. Yeah, that's what I figured too. I'm gonna get rid of the proxy because it's gonna take me out of fast forward. And to do that, I need to uninstall that and get into this control panel and turn that off. All right, now you can have at it. And we'll try to go in 16. We'll see if the game's feeling it. That seems okay. Yesterday was really chunky when I went up to 16. Newtonian physics do not like space fighters. No, it does not. Like, the biggest use of a, like, space fighter in my mind would be like a box launcher. You have that fly out and get a bunch of speed, and then you do a box launch of a bunch of missiles, and then you slow down and turn around and go home. Because it's not like you're gonna be, like, pulling dogfighting maneuvers. You would have so much, you'd have to have such a huge fuel tank, you'd be a giant target. You are skilled in designing, building, and maintaining mechanical devices. We just hit 100%. We just hit 100% with a bunch of skills. Look at that. 1% unfit, 5% melee combat, 10% armed combat, 50% robotic engineering, 0% software engineer. It really likes suddenly expanding to pre-class. Yeah. Yeah. That it does. That's cool that we trained all those skills from 0 to 100. I am going to need another battery here. I need to watch my... Before we go spacewalking, I think I'm going to run into the station and trade my battery out. That's good to know, though, because we just changed this battery, I think. So we used almost 80% of the battery on a long run. Hey, Crazy Cookie, how's it going? We are making some mad cash right now. I'm going to guess we probably are going to get about 250K once this is all said and done right here. %17 on the battery. Right, you guys did close your airlock. Okay, they did. Excellent. Skilled is... Yeah, I think it's just basically... This means you're proficient. Okay, that was not what I wanted you to do. Okay, let's slow it down here for a second. I want to go get that battery switched so we don't have an oopsie. All right, just come over here, get into there. Okay, you... Did I really only have one battery here? I feel like I left a bunch of batteries in here. All right, there we go. Back to the ship. All right, back to auto. This guy. This guy. You're killing me. You're killing me. All right. I think you skipped that one too because I interrupted you. All right, do it. How's the tools? We're at 78% and 80%. Just fine. I stashed them on the ship? Okay. So I pulled the ones we had and I put them in here then. I thought we had just like a bajillion more, I guess. Are we getting a skill off of this or are we done with that skill? We're done with that skill. All right, well, this means we're as fast as we can currently be. So the only way to get faster right now would be more comfortable, which basically means we would need to get rid of the pain. You no longer feel prescription pain relief wearing off. Okay, I'm not going to fiddle with it because I'm happy with it auto-doing right now. I'll try to remember to take a pain pill, though. Most of these are in decent shape. Not all of them, but most, so this won't be too painful. Maybe. Wing Solutions thinking maybe it is time to get a better license. We had a long conversation about that yesterday. My number one thing, like goal-wise right now, I think I'm ready to hire somebody. I think I'm ready. Either that, or we would be looking at buying the Forever ship, possibly. And I don't think we're at that point. So I think I'm at the point of hiring somebody. And to my knowledge, I'm going to need like 250,000-ish if I'm going to hire somebody because I have to pay like a death insurance on them. There's 3 batteries and 3 O2 bottles. Yeah, I believe that's correct. There's 2 of each down here and 1 of each up there, if I remember right. I just thought we had even more batteries than that. Which I guess I could be wrong. I'm going to chance this. When I change screens, it minimizes on me, and I don't know if it keeps playing, but I just want to peek. I'm hearing beeping, so I assume it's still playing. I can't see what I normally am able to see because I've got monitoring software up. I just want to peek at what it's been doing. Yeah, it's been really smooth. Okay. Can you imagine having to actually manage your delta V in this game? It actually displays your delta V when you're piloting. It's a different way to measure your fuel. We just have so much that it's basically irrelevant. But I can sell them from here. That's a lot. That's a lot of moving. That's a lot of moving. When I could just sell them off of my ship. I don't know. Just Babel's time, that would be a very long. In game time, maybe that would be better. I'm not certain. But in Babel's time, that would take a really long time. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh man, I'm so looking forward to how much these are going to be worth. They're all specialty pods too, that's the thing. They're not even regulars. How many of these do you guys stick when you actually start doing trade routes? Am I going to guess you probably do 18? You do 3 sets of 3 and then 3 sets of 3 on the other side? And you use these like armor against micrometeors? This game was recommended to me. Sadly, I never got to grips with it. It's definitely one of those clunky games. Like, if you don't like jank and clunkiness, apparently my threshold is I get annoyed when I have to remember which shoe is which. Like, I just don't feel that's adding any gameplay. Just have a pair of shoes that I equip. Like, we don't need to model into... Like, should we start modeling which shoelace is which length? And if your shoelace is too long, you trip on it? Like, that just seems redundant, and I'm not sure what it's adding to me. But and then like the inventory can be a little janky too. Never made it to trading, never even started up a fusion reactor. Makara apparently is our most advanced player, I think. Has anyone else done fusion drive stuff? Seems like he's probably been the furthest from people who've been watching. I'm just happy exploring this part of the game. I'm sure after, 100 hours you probably do want to do that other stuff, but I'm still entranced with just going there and salvaging stuff. I'm a pack rat by nature, so this is like right up my alley. I mentioned, but like in Project Zomboid or in like Cataclysm Dark Days, I pick up all the crap. What if I need the 501st battery that has 10% power? I might need that at some point. If I don't pick it up now, how am I going to remember? There's definitely, I wouldn't say my stuff is great tutorial content, but there's definitely some good tutorial content. For me, I watched a lot of Rodamont, not his most recent playthrough, but his one before, just to get the basic grips down. I think he did a really good job on that. But yeah, everyone that plays this to any competency, I think you'll be able to pick some tips up if you're new. For me, I would say if I had to give like one tip to get started, it would be either start with about $600 or do some of these delivery gigs in station until you have $600 and buy yourself a power drill and an angle grinder. That'll make your first salvage so much less painful because you'll be in a pressure suit and you have to run back and forth to your ship to get air. So being able to uninstall or disassemble things quickly is a big benefit to you. I think that would be my best tip. And if you're worried about getting caught for illegal salvage, you could grind up to 5K for a license before you leave the station. I figure if it's game over, then we just re-roll, so I don't bother. I like the idea of like our characters that desperate. So, and we did 2 illegal salvages and we got pulled over by the cops. So I proved that you can do it. We only got fined $1,000 for like a headlight missing or something. You did the reactor, but you didn't fit it. When you say you did reactor, did you fly to another planet? Or you just got a reactor up and running so you could power your ship? Didn't you get a drill? No, we got a welder. We got the red welder. Steam says you played 290 hours blind playing except for Splat. Nice. There is a certain amount of satisfaction to play these types of games blind. So I definitely think that's a way to play for sure. If you find jank frustrating, you're probably the type of person who should probably watch some tutorials. You did the power, got it. Isn't it extremely expensive to flip orbit directions in reality? Yep, yes it is. The thing is, for us, we're not going between interstellar bodies. Our relevant piece of orbit is the asteroid. So most of the times when I'm going really fast, we're only going like 200 meters per second, which is nothing if we're talking, even going from like, I don't know, Earth to Mars. You need to be going faster than that, a lot faster than that. That's where Delta V gets really expensive. If you want to look at that, play Terra Invicta, and you'll learn really quick how expensive Delta V is. Because the more fuel you need, the more you weigh, the harder it is to change your Delta V. So it's a big trade-off. We have used 25% of a battery, by the way, and we still have about half this to go. That's all right. This is the money. This one's not very damaged, nor is this one. Some of these are in really good shape, so this won't take as long. We've also managed to not bug out our UI so far this run, which is appreciated. I hope that wreck is still even there by the time we get back out there. You got Terra Invicta as a birthday gift? Nice. There's another game. I would love to do a playthrough on the channel, but a playthrough is like 80 to 100 hours. And if I stream something, I need to like double that. So I don't know. K-Leg's just an asteroid? Yep. K-Leg is a real asteroid. It's Ganymede 1036, I think. It's an asteroid that shares an Earth orbit. It's something I think Earth snagged at some point. So yeah, we're on this little 30-kilometer asteroid. And so our Delta V changes are relative to that. We are not crossing like planetary distances, not even like Earth to moon distances. Look how low your pain is. Yeah, I know. We're at like 40% maybe. And we're not even on pain meds right now. And we don't have nanites at the moment. So we're getting somewhere. That kind of reminds, like, what that reminds me of is like, I don't remember, have you ever played Dwarf Fortress? When I was really into Dwarf Fortress, like, when I was in college, when I was really into Dwarf Fortress, I like to do, like, bare minimum starts, where you'd start with, like, the anvil, or maybe even an anvilless start, and you would start with, like, a couple pieces of stone, and you would build all your tools in situ and go from there. So I do get that. Like, the amount of grind that you can inflict on yourself can be very high. Dwarf Fortress was a magical game. I started playing it right before it got the 3D update, when it was still 2D. It hit at just the right time. It hit at just the right time. I had some things going on in my life that were giving me the worst insomnia I have ever had in my life. Like, I was sleeping maybe an hour or two a day, going to college full time. And other than doing my college work, all I did was play Dwarf Fortress like the other, like, I don't know how many hours that was a day. I was in that mode for like 2 months. It was definitely a hard point in my life for sure. So thank you, Dwarf Fortress, for getting me through that. That was rough. Your Windows PC died. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, it was not good. You know, when people say like, oh, I'm an insomniac, that was true insomnia. Like, I had one point during that where I woke up and I was like, oh crap, I'm late to class. I gotta get going. I like jumped out of bed. I threw my clothes on. I grabbed my bag. I walked outside and it's completely dark. And I was like, what? I went back inside. I misread the clock. I thought it said like it was 7:30 and it was 2:30. It was bad. It was really bad. Like that was like medical levels of insomnia. Not like I toss and turn a little bit before I go to bed, which is what I normally have. Like that is not true insomnia. Have I ever played a Aura 4X? I have. I've never actually fired a shot, but I have colonized other planets and other systems. I have designed military ships. I've just never actually got to shoot them. I've been blown up from afar before. I love games of like the exploration and making colonies is like the part of space I like the most. Like my favorite part of Stellaris is the early game when you're like colony rushing. My least favorite part is everything that happens after that. Like the battle system. I still think Stellaris' battle system is pretty crap. And even their ship designing is pretty crap. That's why I'm frustrated that I haven't been able to get into Distant Worlds 2, because that I should like more. I don't know, maybe I'll just bite the bullet and I'll stream some Distant Worlds 2 at some point, and maybe you guys can teach me how to enjoy it. Maybe that's the route I need to take. Because I played the crap out of Distant Worlds 1. Like a lot. A lot. And 2, I've bounced off of it hard 3 times. Like really hard. Basically, he says, now I'm finally out of constant shift change and onto constant night shift, so you're sleeping. Yeah. I know somebody who works in, like, let's call it manufacturing. And he does something that's like, I think he's on, like, 10 on... It's either 7 on, 3 off, or 10 on, 3 off, something like that. And every time he shifts, he goes from day to night. He says he really likes it, but... Or maybe it's like 5 on, 5 off, something like that. But he shifts from day shift to night shift every other time. I'm like, dude, I don't know how you can do that. Like I said, I'm not in what I would consider insomnia. Not anymore, not to that level. But I'm a bad sleeper. When I'm doing work, I sleep 4 to 6 hours, maybe 7 if I'm really lucky during the week. And then I like crash on weekends. So that's something I'm going to try to fix here when I go back to work, because I really would like to continue to do the earlier streams because I can pull in the Euro crowd. So like that 10 a.m. PST time is a really good time slot, I think. But my thing is, like, I really need to sleep in on Saturday. I really need to sleep in. So I don't know. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do that. Also, you knocked my time out. How did you manage to do that? The game crashed on you 3 times. Which game crashed on you? I don't think I've had a... What are you doing? I don't think I've had a full crash in Ostranauts. I've had a couple, like, UI breaks that required a full restart. Ostranauts? If you can, I would definitely make sure to report them so that they're on the radar. That is one thing I will say about RimWorld. RimWorld has been rock steady in 1.6. I don't think I've encountered a single bug. Just nothing. It's been just running great. Of course, that may also be because I cut my mod list in like half too, so... Some of that may be a self-inflicted wound. Okay, 3... I think we have 4 pods to go. I hope we still have time on our license. I might have to buy another one. That was not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to look at fees. Sorry, June. Didn't mean it. Just so you know, Babel, no one gets that far in the game. Venus has atmosphere flight simulation with wing parts. Yeah, I've seen that on the UI. It totally changes the game again. So do people design a different ship to play on Venus? Or do you, like, make a space/Atmo thing? That seems like a lot of added mass because 50% of your ship is not in use at any given time. I haven't saved it. Oh, ouch. Yeah, earlier on stream this morning in RimWorld, I went to save the game before we launched our spaceship, and instead of clicking save, I clicked load. Thankfully, we had a good autosave, but I was so mad. I did the same thing once in House of Legacy. I went to make a quick save, and instead of saving, I loaded. That was pretty rough. Gallo says, I've seen literally zero footage of Venus. No idea how that even works. Yeah, if you look at the controls, there's a whole, like, lift angle of attack thing. Yeah, if you take your craft into the Venetian atmosphere, it won't get out of the gravity well, too much drag. So do you park your spaceship and have a second ship that goes down? I'm guessing that's what you do. There's probably a station where you change? Or is that just like, once you get there, you never leave? You know, speaking of never leave, have any of you guys ever seen the Doctor Who episode where he's on the planet that's in like terminal orbit around the black hole? I was thinking about, how about a colony builder where you build a colony on a planet like that? Like it's stuck at the edge of a black hole. And I don't know, like either you're trying to escape or like you're trying to do some sort of science or something. I don't know. Seemed like something that could be kind of interesting. Those dang Venetians. You have to have a few million. You go down there, there's a huge mall. You can spend money to redesign your ship. Oh, cool. The left side of your map, your colonist completed tasks in seconds. Right side, it takes 450 years to screw in a light bulb. Yeah. Yeah, there could be, yeah, again, there could be some sort of interesting mechanic around that. It's the same thing like in the Riddick movie, when they're escaping from that prison and like half the planet's really cold and half the planet's boiling hot as it rotates. What about a colony builder on something like that? Or like a civilization builder? Kind of like how we have seasons in Shadow Empire, but more extreme. I would like more extreme seasons in Shadow Empire. That would be really cool. Like you could have a planet that has really, really strong tidal forces affecting it that cause you to have seasonal volcanoes. We actually get that in the US and Alaska. In the winter, there's more ocean water pushed up by the wind onto the coastal plate that pushes the plate down enough that it actually causes more volcanic activity during those times of the year. So you have seasonal volcanism. Kind of an interesting thing. I'll say planets with extreme conditions are always cool. More of a, in all the sci-fi games. Yeah, I'd love to have more of that. Are there any of the Martian or lunar bases in game yet? I don't believe so. You might be able to go to Mars. I think I've been able to click it. I don't know if there's anything there. Wouldn't that be funny if you could go to like Mars and meet your mom from your backstory? You also not only need to manage your drag, but fire your torch drive manually. It's intense. Interesting. 50%. Holy, we have spent way more time on this than I thought it was going to take me. I will say that. Why would we go someplace that's actually worse? This place is not particularly great, man. We literally have like a closet that is assigned to us. There's no decent food. We could die at any moment if somebody, I don't know, leaves the doors open and installs some floor. Completely owned by the corpos. I guess, you know, it's like we were saying the other day with the day in the life of Ivan Denisovich. It's all relative, right? Like, I say that like that's so horrible, but maybe for June, this is actually a pretty good life. If you go to Earth, you get a nice surprise. Does it have something to do with Neo Scavenger, Mikara? Just as a gut guess. All right, what are we doing? We going back for food or what? Nope, he decided to repair the things in the ship. All right, fine. Mars is pretty settled, yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to live there? Endless Legend has some decent hot cold shifts. Yeah, that's true. When does Endless Legend 2 come out? I know we're on the horizon of that. I was not one of the cool kids that got invited to play it, if anyone didn't notice. So I didn't really watch much other than the general thing was it's really good, is what I got from people's content. Get a Wolfman mascot. What's the name? There's a colony builder that came out a few months ago. I kind of sort of colony builder where you build and manage like a Stargate program essentially. That's another one that I was really interested in playing. I don't know. It looked a little unpolished, which is kind of what caused me not to get it. God, there's so many things I want to show off and I just don't have that much time. Someday, guys, someday. I will say, I am very jealous of content creators who have managed to make it full-time because there's so many projects that I'm just like, I need to be realistic. There's just no way I can take that on. It's the same thing with doing videos. Like, one of the things I like about streaming, when you make a video, whatever you see in the final product, I probably spent at least that much time in post, or maybe even double. So, like, for the Dominions video, an hour Dominions video with the research, the game practice, whatever video stuff, whatever editing stuff, usually takes me 10 to 15 hours to make my pregame video a week. Some of them are a little easier, some of them are a little longer, depending on how much research I need to do into things. Whereas I could stream for 15 hours and we could just be done. So, I don't know. It's a hard thing to do. Exogate. Yeah. Exogate was what I was thinking of. Dropping a few plates to try to deal with the Kessler syndrome. I mean, that would be a mega project size thing to try to clear up Kessler syndrome. What was the name? What was the name of the anime where that's what they were doing? It was like a guy and a girl and they worked for a company and they were basically just cleaning up, essentially. They weren't quite to Kessler syndrome, but they were cleaning up space junk. Was it just called Space? It doesn't sound right. And that was the theme. Basically, they just worked for a company and they cleaned up space junk. It was pretty good, if I remember right. You vaguely remember waking up. Yeah, you're in cryo, I think, at the beginning of Neo Scavenger. But that doesn't mean that that tech made it off a planet, though. That may have been, like... Because it didn't seem like it was super common. So that may have been, like, you know, experimental tech. Planets. Yep, it was planets. Jump Light Odyssey got canceled by the Corpos. So many good games do. All right. We are on the final repair. We have been here for a long time. If this was a video, there would have been a cut there. Let's just put it that way. Mega magnets strategically shot towards the sun that strategically pull debris with them. Yeah, I mean, maybe that could work. I would think you'd probably have to, like, build small little AI drones. You'd have small ones that were essentially like space vacuums that would go up and like grab little pieces, and they'd have to be autonomous. And then when they filled up, they would probably just burn themselves up in the atmosphere. And then for bigger pieces, you would essentially have AI guided thrusters that would just attach themselves and then again cause it to go into burn up orbit. But imagine how much that would cost. You would need thousands. Like, I don't remember exactly how many pieces we track, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 5,000 to 15,000 known pieces of space junk that we've put up there and we know about and can track. Okay. We may have just actually finished the repairs. And we used up almost another full battery. What are you trying to do here, buddy? I'll tell you what, don't even bother. I want you to stop. Because we are going to close the hatch. Okay, and then come into here. Close the hatch. The ISS once got critically damaged by a single bolt going really fast. Yep. It doesn't even need to be a bolt, man. It could be like a grain of sand. That's what makes it so scary. And every time they collide, they break apart and cause even more. It is terrifying. Ah, we went and got the hand. I didn't catch that. We went and got the screwdriver at one point. I think it might be worth our time at some point here. What are you doing? Walk through the door. It might be worth our time to get rid of this screwdriver and just buy a second drill. That may be happening in the very near future. All right, put that, nope, not your suit. Put that in here. Walk over here. We can take off the helmet. Inventory. Okay. I want you to... Good battery here. No, do not draw space PP on it. Okay, fine. Fine. Draw it. He's feeling mighty space lonely. Alright. Put that in there. Put that in there. Okay. Then, let's put the suit away. Suit in there, in there. Put my shoes on. Yes. Yes. Let's also... Inventory. I should take this battery out. And change that. All right, we will do that. All right. This is what we've all been waiting for. All this long work, the last, like, I don't know, hour, all for this moment. How much are we going to make on this sale? Cancel trade. Hello, good sir. I have goods to sell. First, let's get rid of this stuff. Like new. Like new. I'm not selling the brace. Fusion, yes. O2, O2. Thrusters, turbo pumps. Okay. 51,300 from the stuff in the ship. Accept. Do I have anything in my bag? I would like to get rid of the garbage. Yep, yep. So, okay. Then we come over here. Cargo pods. Okay, 51,300. Then we have all these cargo pods like new. Some of them, I guess, weren't special. How are we gonna do? $442,200. I'm buying. Levitt, you had to pop the dream, didn't you? You had to pop the dream. Okay, this is not the right screen for that. Bamboozled, that's right. I thought that was the right screen. Okay, what did I mess up here? Alright, draw space PP on it. I really need to go get him some intimacy. How bad is this, man? It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. What am I missing here? Sell. I thought it was right here, and that's where I did that from. They can't be connected? No, I'm sure I sold them connected. I'm sure I sold those connected or collected. What am I missing here? do they need to be zoned? 51, no, Makara, apparently it wasn't that much. I swear I was able to just sell them from here. What am I misremembering? It's not this screen. These are all the ones that are attached to my ship. Oh, and I just got a game crash. Okay, well, it didn't like me clicking on that. I hope we have an autosave there. I hope we had an autosave there. Yikes. Well, do we still have camera currently? Yeah, okay. I'm hidden behind my monitoring software. I should have made a save before that, but I haven't had any crashes before. How much is my ship worth? I believe my ship was worth about 300,000, give or take. Alright, continue, yes. Okay, this should be it. 6:30. That's a few minutes ago. That's a few minutes ago. Are they loose? They're not loose. I swear I was able to just sell them off the sides of my ship. You can still, yeah, we're good. Normally I have a preview window on my second monitor, but I've got my ping plotter software running there because I'm still worried about our connection issues, and I'm trying to catch it when it's doing stuff so I can provide more evidence if needed. At least things should be faster. That's true. That's true. All right, where are we? Okay, it was right before the last one, apparently. All right, that's not that bad. But seriously, needs to be loose. Did I really have to loosen these? I don't remember that. I swear I just sold them off the side of my ship. I'm going to take one more look because I literally remember that. If that's the case, it's the case, but that'll be super annoying. Am I able to zone out here in space? If we just do that. If nothing else, I can just take them off and leave them floating here. But I'm going to look one more time because I really, really, really remember going over there and just selling them off the sides of my ship. You brought them all in through the hatch? Sell parts to the fencer? As in, Fence as in the black market guy? I guess we could go double check. Doesn't he only buy certain things, though? I mean, I guess that is probably better to go check. There's no reason not to. Okay, yeah, we can check it. All right, so we're done outside the ship. All right, we didn't do that much, so we got lucky on that save. All right, and stop. I do want to close at least one of these so we don't have an oopsie. Closed. Come on inside. Slow it down. Okay, let's not get changed then, because I may need to go back outside. Alright, we know we need to fix this. No space drawings. Alright, bad battery out. Good battery in. Bad battery in. You. Right, that's not what I asked. You. Inventory. There we go. Yeah, when you're fast forwarding, it's very hard to notice when they go to switch tools. I wish we would have again, another option that would make a pop-up or drop me out of fast forward and say like, hey, your battery's low. Okay. Alright, first I'm going to fiddle with this. But before we do that, save. Save over that one. Confirm. Okay. Cargo, I swear it was under cargo pod trade. Right here. I swear. Okay, that's not going to do it. Those are just the parts, and you don't want those. Didn't I make zone 2? Why don't you recognize zone 2? Cargo pods weren't wanted by the black market. That makes sense to me. Okay, well, obviously it's not here. Yeah, see, I guess they do want them loose. Man, that is going to be a pain in the what? Okay, if that's the case, maybe I can sell them from outside, though. We do have zone 2, right? We do have zone 2. All right, let's go to the black market guy first, I suppose. Let's change out this battery. Well, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it in a second. We got a couple things to do here. Let's go get the nanites. Get that up and running. Medical services. Nano-robotic first aid. Yep. Pay for it. Yep. All right. Leave. Yep. All right. Then... is zone 2 set? Yes, it was. Check the black market guy. Oh, buddy, do I have a deal for you. All right, sell. From zone 1. He will take the nav console at basically normal price. He will take the fusion cores for 5K. I feel like we got more from the other one. Maybe not, though. Sure. 20K, that sounds about right. He'll take the thrusters for 2.8. That I'm pretty sure we sell thrusters for about 2.8. I'm not sure that's actually higher. I'll trust your word. So we sold... no, that has to be higher because we sold everything for 53, didn't we? And this is already 52 and I still have some other stuff. So this must be higher. Okay. And then, did you have anything I want? The answer is no. We made 1,800 more. Well, there you go. I mean... it is more efficient, right? Like, that's an extra air pump worth of money, and we didn't sell as much, so that was worth a decent amount more. Try connecting zone 2 to the ship. Okay, we can fiddle with it. Let's get rid of the rest. Just in case I do have to haul things inside the ship, I want to get rid of it. Okay, sell. That means I also need to get rid of those two. And then here. I don't want to get rid of my towing brace. Fusion, yes. Yes, yes, yes. O2s, yep. Battery, we can repair that. I don't want to sell that. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, an additional 16. So we did make more. We did make more. Okay. So the question was, can we put zone 2 onto the ship? So like, you can't overlap zones though. So like, if I guess we could do that. It doesn't like it that way. All right, we'll try doing this. Just attaching it to the ship. Okay, so the zone 2 is the pods. We'll see if that helps. I swear I remember. You gotta believe me. Look, you gotta believe me. that I could just go here and sell them. I guess not, though. I guess not. And then we crashed in this menu when I was fiddling with this. Oh, would you guys get out of the way? Here's another one. These should not pop up when I reload the game. Yep, must have been a fever dream. It must have been a fever dream. Stuff in the airlock? The stuff in the airlock is a sale zone. We're good on that one. All right, let's get these things off here so I don't accidentally sell them. This is the towing stuff. Yeah, barter zone right here. So that is the marker right there. You just really want... Apparently, I legitimately remember, because I've done this in my single player game, flying here, repairing them, and then just going inside and selling them. Maybe I was so traumatized by having to uninstall them. Maybe I just forgot. I don't remember having to zone them either. I just remember like, oh, that's cool. I can just deattach them and sell them. Deattach is in just in the menu, not having to physically do it. The next step will be, can I uninstall them and then just leave them where they're at and sell them while they're floating? Okay, did we change the battery? No, okay. Well, let me come change the battery. So I want you. Yes. Okay. Put on the helmet. Go right here. Open. Apparently I just really wanted that to be true. I just need some positive reinforcement here, guys. Okay, so let's do it via this. So I want to... I guess it doesn't really matter, but uninstall equipment. That's all right. We're learning. If this is how we have to do it, this is how we have to do it. They're worth enough. They're worth enough to be worth the fiddliness. Restore hatch. Okay, that's fine. He always comes up with new things to do, that's for sure. And more time to focus on chat. Yeah. I told myself I would get my second tea when we were done selling. I told myself that like an hour and a half ago. We'll see. If they'll at least let me sell them in situ and not make me haul them inside, I'll be pretty happy. If I have to haul these inside, that's going to be really painful. No. This is a closed airlock. I only vented this. An NPC would have to open both doors to vent the station. Look, we learned from the first mistake. Don't install floors under the nav panel. Who designed this thing with no safety? Need to look up the Rodriguez schematic for Oni. There's another game I really liked, Auction Not Included, but I never got particularly far. I never really solved heat death, is about as far as I got. But I really enjoyed like making CO2 pits and then like trying to scrub it. There's another one. Maybe we should play some Oni. Didn't they just have like a way team come out or something? That would be another good one where like having chat to help guide me a little bit and give me suggestions might push me over the edge to being a little more competent. I did also make a machine that destroyed heat via recirculating hot water through a pump or something. I don't know if that's still in game because, you know, thermodynamics and that all. All right, let's find out if we can do this or if I'm going to be really sad and have to haul these. All right, so close. Prehistoric asteroid was the last one. I haven't followed him enough. I generally like Clay as a developer. I played a lot of Don't Starve, both single player and multiplayer. And I played, what was their other, their stealth title. That's kind of like Cyber Knights almost. Not Silence Incorporated. Invisible Ink. I think it was Invisible Ink. And then I played some Oni, not a terribly high amount. Okay, so trade. No. Other interface. Sell. Zone 2. They don't like Zone 2. Okay. All right. I'm gonna be really sad about this. Close. All right. So if that's the case, I want to get rid of pink zone here. No point. I guess we are gonna try all loose. You guys, I can't see it. There it is. Okay, we're only going to be able to fit like maybe 9 of them. I guess that's not too bad. All right, open the hatch. Apparently they sell for more if you drag them. All right, we'll do science on that one. Let me get the first set drug inside. We'll see how his Tetris goes. This is also a decent test on that. I should have turned off my oxygen too. Yeah, maybe I will interrupt for that because we're gonna vent a lot of gas. All right, you control panel off. You control panel off. All right, I probably need to manually set this down because I broke. Okay, so we could fit 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, do it. I think he's doing them in the order I queued them up. That seems to be the case for orders. Because when I did repairs, I did some of these, and then I did these, and then I canceled and had to redo it, and that's why he went back in here to fix those, I think. Where do we get our sustainable O2? I have no idea. If I had to guess, we're probably splitting water. You can take H2O apart pretty easily. Like, you can do that in, like, a high school classroom. And randomly repairing them? Alright, that's fine. What is this? Okay, so if we go out here, and then I'll manually grab one, and we'll bring that inside. We'll close that hatch. All right, sorry, Kaleg. This is not gonna be pleasant for a moment. Okay, well, that's actually okay. Okay, so you trade. Sell. All right, 22,000 for a cargo specialty pod like new in my hand. 15,000 for one in the zone. So yes, for some reason they are selling for more at the kiosk by hand. Oh man. All right, pick it up. That is a significant amount of difference. Sell, max, accept. Okay, slow this game down. Pick up. Yeah, you just run some current through the water. Yeah, you add acid to it. I don't remember what type we used, but yeah, you just add acid to water and run current through it, and it breaks apart pretty easy. You could, there's a lot harder things to do than that. Like CO2 scrubbing is probably harder than that. And we can get, there's plenty of water in asteroids and stuff, which, you know, if you're dedicated and motivated to doing, you could grab. I don't know if this game assumes that there's lots of water on Mars, but they may also do that. All right, Drew, have a good one, man. That wasn't me that did that. I think that was somebody having a repair order on it. Sometimes I think we can randomly see what the NPCs are planning on doing for some reason. I don't know why. Charge for Delector. Apparently, I swear to you, I remember going to that menu and just being able to click, just like we sell everything else, the number of cargo pods attached to my ship. Oh, I know the difference. When we did that before, these were attached properly to the ship with the foot thing on the inside. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe we don't have these weird hull points. I can't test that right now, but that is the difference. Because we had them properly installed instead of this weird jank thing I've got going on here. I bet you that's it. I would be willing to bet that's it. The problem is I don't think I can. Every bit of my outside part. Well, maybe we could squeeze one here. Maybe. For science. Access point in zone. That's the difference. Because remember, I had to uninstall the rack. Remember, I was really salty about that? Having to take the rack out to install those. I may be willing to uninstall the rack just to test that. We're already in for a penny, in for a pound on this current set, but I think I'm gonna do that. We'll see if we can install one right here. That wouldn't be too painful to take apart. Yeah, and that's very strange that this is worth so much more, the way doing it this way. The money's really good, yeah. Shoot, and I've already lost track. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So this is 110,000 so far. Belly of Tea, yep, Belly of Tea is the one to go back to. I don't believe that they're all specialty pods, but even if they're normal pods, they're still worth going back to. And there was fusion stuff left over. Okay. Let's open. Are you gonna limited to link? I think you're limited to 3. I believe we scienced that out and I got confirmation before. I mean, really, if we're getting technical, in space, there's no reason not to do more because you don't have to be aerodynamic. All right, can I install you? I can. I think. No, you don't like that. I bet you he doesn't like that floor container. And I'd have to move way too much stuff there. Okay, here, right here. All we need to move is the heater. Right? Because you won't install as is, right? No. Okay, well, there's no reason not to drag one of these inside while we're doing this. Yeah, it was this pod, but I'm sure that we need to have the foot space clear. Okay, come over here. What? No. All right, what do you want? What do you want to do with it? I'm dragging it. Okay. Also, we have one more can to sell, apparently. Couple more spots to add. Okay, come over here. All right, you uninstall. With your money, maybe start saving pieces. I mean, maybe. Like I said, my goal right now, I want to try out the NPCs. Every game that has NPCs always disappoints me, so I'm expecting nothing, and I'll still be disappointed. But that's the current goal. To do that, we need about 250-ish, because we have to pay like death insurance on them. Okay, there we go. We're installing it. From the inside. Okay, let's test that out. You. Cargo pod trade. Sell. Okay, that's the loose one, and he's only wanting 15. No, that's not it. That's not here. I was pretty certain that was going to be it. Nope. Nope. I was really... That's why I went through this menu with so much zeal, because I was like, oh yeah, this totally makes sense. I'm going to sell them. Okay, let's check if it's a zoning issue. Alright, so you would need to have this area. Alright, you... Alright, that whole pod is in the zone, the footpath is in the zone, the walls is in the zone, everything is in the zone. Nope. Oh man, I was certain that was gonna be it. Okay, so you uninstall. NPCs are great. You have to keep them on a short leash if you're going in and out. Suited. You pick up, move in. I'm very disappointed by that. I really thought that was it. I really did. No, not install. Drop. There. All right, let's get you reinstalled. Install. Nope. Install. There. Make sure they have their gear on at all times except on shore leave. Yeah, do they not respect the don't open airlocks command? Or does that just cause even more problems? Oh, speaking of more problems. Alright, I think we're just gonna get rid of you because you don't work. I'm very disappointed that that didn't work. I'm gonna have to go back. If somebody goes back through the VODs at some point, if you find that, let me know. How did I sell these the first time? That's very weird to me how he's able to do that one, by the way. That should not fit where he's putting that. Okay, we sold one out in front of us. Cancel. Go. Get over there. They do respect the commandment in case of an emergency. They'll only put on their helmet and leave their suit behind. Oopsie. What game would you guys say? It can be any genre, but like this style of game where you play a character and you can hire or save or whatever other NPCs, marry an NPC, whatever, has the best NPCs. I am yet to find a game that has a good one. I thought Project Zomboid was going to be good. I haven't played. I think they have them in now. They were supposed to have them in there like 5 years ago. That game has been a train wreck of development. In Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, I have had like 1 or 2 NPCs that did okay, but they tend to like run off and get themselves killed randomly. So they're not great. Unreal World, I don't think you can hire NPCs. There's another game. I'd love to do some Unreal World on the channel, but I would want them to get to the point where like you could marry somebody so you could have 2 NPCs so you could automate some of the more tedious bits of that game. He says while dragging cargo pods to a station. Because yeah, I love the idea of like, I don't know, survival sims or whatever, where you have multiple people and the NPCs can, you know, you can arrange their schedule or ask them to do things or whatever, but they're able to actually vaguely function. The game I found has done the best was Palworld. Palworld actually made me mad how good it was, because Conan should have the same thing as Power World, but Power World does it so much better. They use the same system, basically. And I was like, my goodness, Conan, why do you still suck? I want you to be good so bad. Kenshi is failure competent? Okay. I'll buy that. They're okay. They're okay. The Zomboid NPCs are not good. Okay. Kenshi. Okay, so 2 votes for Kenshi and 1 vote against Zomboid. So no other games come to mind that have good NPCs. That is so sad to me. That is so sad to me. I mean, obviously things like Rimworld, but that's not quite the same style of game, right? Like, this is a game where I play a character. I wish the NPCs were really good. Dwarf Fortress. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is the same as Rimworld, right? But that's a little bit different because that's like a colony builder. That's not like survival sim, I guess I'll call this, even though that's a little bit off. I think you know what I mean, though. Like, Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, Project Zomboid, 7 Days to Die. They're like survival sims, in a way. Okay, so it's not just me not finding the game, it just doesn't exist. Okay, and back to Autotask. Nope, what the heck? Nope, sell that. Sell. Orgopod. I didn't buy one, did I? No. Accept. Alright, we also have that O2 can. Sell. Zone. O2. Alright, how many more do we got? We got 4. Okay, this will be the last run of getting them inside. What are you doing? Did you just pull that out of the kiosk? Excuse me? Is that where that haul command came from? Did we accept the money and then like rip it back out of the machine? Okay, seems all right now. The old Guild games? Okay, yeah, Guild, that was pretty good. I played Guild 2 mostly, and the expansions. Those were okay. Yeah, see, that level was acceptable, Tamp. Yeah. Give me more games that have Guild 2 levels of NPCs. Look at all that money, though. Yep. Yep. We making that cash. $430K, you're kind of rich. I'm kind of a big deal. Yeah. It's worth the pain. For a second, I thought I actually had a bunch of pain. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Okay. Okay, weird choice to repair that right there. Okay, you're just not going to haul that one. Pick it up. Haul it here. Trade. Sell. Okay. Okay, let's go close these hatches, or at least one. We actually don't want to close both because we're going to have to do the same thing when we get back to the wreck. So, close. Ran out of battery? We're 89% battery, we're okay. Or you're talking ship battery. State of Decay? I played the first one, and it was so buggy I gave up on it. I think, didn't they do like a remaster or something? Oh, we did run out of complete power. All right, hang on. Yeah, I just remember being really frustrated, because that was a game I was really looking forward to, too, when it came out. O2. RCS. Why am I not able to get you? What is your problem? Or did I already fuel that up and I was just empty of other things? Pick that up. This guy better be wearing a helmet. That's all I gotta say. Be careful when you dock in a wreck. It gets activated and will float away from K-Leg. Yeah, hopefully we can get to Belly a T again. I feel like we're making more than 22,000 per pickup here. Is that just me? Because we only had 18 of these. If we had 20... Well, I guess that sounds about right. Plus the other side. Okay, maybe that's about right. Can't buy... Ah! Gotcha. Can't buy air if your pumps are off. Okay, yep. We're learning. We're learning. Cargo pod. I didn't remember to grab the N2 detector off the wreck either. Don't let me forget that if we make it back there. Okay. I mean, that was a decent chunk of our battery already. Holy moly. Let's buy the oxygen for whatever we need. RCS. Yeah, see, we barely even used any oxygen. Even with as much as we just vented, that's 1,200. That's fine. Okay. How long do we have on you? Read. We got plenty of time left. We're really hungry. Let's go deal with that. We deserve the good stuff, I think. Your desperate search for the N2. Yep, that was a journey, man. That was a journey. Wait, he didn't like... Didn't he complain last time I gave him those prawns? Maybe we mix it up a little bit. We'll get some of that Szechuan beef. There you go. Alright, you can just eat that right now, man. You just scarf that down. You know, that's true. We also haven't been to the flotilla, and there are going to be different people there, so maybe we should look there before we hire someone. That is another possibility. Okay, let's take a second here. You, restore. Alright, and... You, restore. Pain pills, we need to check the nanites. I think I want to just run back to the wreck, though, before we lose it. Before we do this other stuff. We got tons of money. I mean, we're fine now. Ironically, that was like more than half of our debt that we had when we started. Hey, you... Get my inventory for a second. Inventory yourself. You have no battery. Come down here. Inventory. We have a battery in here with bad condition. Drop that on the ground. You. Restore. Okay. Then pick you up. Put you in here. 91's fine. It's fine. And then... Don't really want to leave you on the floor because you're going to end up getting sold. So we'll plop you in here. And then what are you two? You are suit batteries. Let's go get you in the charger. Maybe that's where I kept thinking we had extra batteries. Okay. We have extras on the ship. I'm gonna double check that now that I said it so confidently, but I'm pretty sure there's an extra battery in here. Well. Okay, maybe we don't have an extra battery in here. Okay, then I do want to bring one of those with because we may need it. Alright, who's the highest? You at 97. Alright, also, pain meds. Inventory. Take a pain med. The Szechuan beef from all the space cows, you know. I do find it kind of funny that the character complains about aquaponics. I would consider myself a relatively picky eater. I don't have any problems with aquaponic fish. I think that's actually a really cool hobby. If I lived somewhere that had a better climate, like my problem would be they would freeze where I live. I would totally do aquaponics. I think that's a really cool system. But I like fish and I like vegetable gardens, so that combines the two of them. Okay, what else do we need? Air is fine. How's our scrubber? Totally fine. Battery's okay. Paint is okay. Nanites. You got nanites, son? We do. Okay, we'll long for a better love life. Yeah, the Zomboid, like, shelves and bags and stuff is a better system. I think the UI is just better in general. Sleep then? I don't think we're gonna sleep. We are tired. I think we might push this one. I really don't want to lose that wreck if I can help it. You know what? We could think about our love life while flying. We don't need to be here. Yeah. Yeah. Give me inventory. I am going to clean up, freshen up. Yeah, I really want to hit T again. I'm gonna chance it. We'll be okay, I think. Would you freshen up? You can't get the hygiene pack. What if you did it now? And don't throw it on the ground. We're not an animal. Back in the seat. Or repair it, sure. And because I turned you off. Use. Okay, I'll tell you what though. Before we run out there, I desperately need something to drink, so I'm gonna have to take my tea break here. I think I will throw you guys into lo-fi. And I will be right back. We'll be 5 minutes. Get up, get a stretch. If you're not blocking ads, I appreciate the pennies. Thank you very much. And I shall return. All right. I did see you guys freaking out in chat, and I did pause the game. We're all right. My bad. I thought we were paused on that, but we were not. All right, resume. Yeah, we're fine. Luckily, if you're in 1x speed, it literally is real time, so we're absolutely fine. All right, use. Okay. Wow, we did a full rotation. Okay, we want to go to Belly of Tea. Docking info. You guys probably have a nice, relaxing proxy alarm while I was AFK, didn't you? Clearance. Undock. Clamps. Turn down our thruster so we don't blow our brains out. Okay, back it up a little bit. Big swing around, slow down. Okay, good. Get away from the plant that's pulling me in. Check the release date for Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered. September 30th. Ooh, baby. I probably will do a playthrough. It probably won't do very well, but I'm gonna do it anyways. That's one of those like bucket list games that I've wanted to play. Like Disgaea, I love that series. I played a lot of that. Another one I haven't really finished. But I want to go back to like, that's the quintessential tactic RPG. I so want to play that. I wonder if that would stream. Maybe. I don't know. I think that, I don't know. I'm weird. I watch weird things on YouTube, so I'm not the best judge of that thing. Like I said, I prefer Let's Plays to streaming as a content viewer. I like really long playlists of very deep games, but I don't get the same use. It's fully voiced. Interesting. I mean, that'd be super helpful. Voice games are a lot easier on me because I don't have to do the voice acting. Disco Elysium, beyond just being a great game in general, I really appreciated that being voice acted. That would have been a bit of a bear. Okay, in 16 minutes it will be 36 after, so let's say 33 after we're back in seat. All right, and we're actually gonna just imagine things for a while. Okay, let me ask, this cough that we got, which I think we got for smoking, does this ever go away, or are we just forever doomed? Disgaea gets a bit too grindy. Yeah, Disgaea probably would not be a good stream, but I'm talking Final Fantasy Tactics. My problem with Disgaea is I always want to like level up one of every single class, and I want to keep everything equal, and that's not really the way that you should do it in that game. You really should, yeah, there's different ways you'd want to level in that game to do it more optimally. Sometimes my own stubbornness is not great. Okay, let's, how about we browse the social app? 36-ish after I said, right? No, 33 after. All right, let's get our contact fixed here. Is this how needy normal people are when it comes to stuff like this? I've told this story before, but when I moved out for college, I like just didn't call home for like 3 months. And finally my mom called the person I was renting a room from, and they're like, so is my son dead or what? I felt so bad. I'm just a pretty self-solitude person. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Lockdown was one of the best periods of my life in just like I hated lockdown, but I was not annoyed by being left alone in solitude, if that makes any sense. I was totally fine. It was so quiet. Even when I was doing work, I got more work done normal than I do normally because nobody could walk into my office and bother me. If they wanted something, they had to hop on voice or they had to email me. It was glorious. It was so glorious. I got so much work done. We'll write home here. Okay, 23 after. Okay, we need a bunch of family, so just keep remembering family. This seems a bit extreme as it often happens in game, but yeah, most people want semicolon. Yeah, I'm definitely... I'm fine with the solitude 99% of the time. It's not that I even don't... Like, I like people, and I have friends and family and whatnot, but I don't need to be around people. I'm definitely... Like, my default is introvert. Like, being in social situations drains me drastically. That's why work is so exhausting for me. And especially recently where, like, we're crammed in a closet with 3 of us in there. It is so draining to me. I do not recharge my batteries by being around people. I recharge by being alone. Definitely. Why did I just see air move over there? I don't like that. Why did that air just move there? Nothing should be leaking. I'm gonna close that. You know what? Let's close this too while we're at it. Alright. Intimacy is up to neutral. Family is still nostalgic. Okay, keep doing it. Yep. You just remember really hard, buddy. Remember your criminal parents. Cherish. There we go. Okay, we'll get a couple more ticks just to make sure we're into it. Okay, then we'll browse the social app. Contact. Where's my contact? Limelight. Perfect. Okay, I think we got it. So the only thing I couldn't really fix was, well, altruism, but also intimacy. All right, and it's 29 after. Yeah, let's just get back in the seat. It's not enough time to exercise. We'll just speed up time here. Do I have any experience with Elin? I played like 10 hours of it. I know that it's the type of game that it is, but I found it a little too chaotic. I was trying to do it as Iron Man, no death, whatever, and it was like a random clown shows up on your map that just one-shots you. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess that happened. I don't know. That annoyed me. I think that's the type of game it's supposed to be. So, again, not every game has to be for every person, but that one did not feel like it was for me. But then again, maybe now that it's had some more development time, maybe I should look at it again. Okay. Nope. Okay, that's pretty close. Let's bring the speed down a little bit. Okay. Hail ship. Oh, ship. Initiate dock. Yeah, pretty nice job this time around. $50. All right. Give me all that money. Give me all that money. All right, helmet on. Light in hand, light on. All right, roll my trash on the floor. Okay. Boo. In here. No, let's actually do these first. So we're gonna do this a little more automated. So we would like to take equipment and uninstall it. do it. All right, knowing what we know now, we're gonna put the ones in the ship that we can, although this is gonna take up room from fusion stuff, so maybe let's get the fusion stuff first before we haul these things. I normally stream for 4 hours? Yep, about 4 hours. Yeah, I know we're getting kind of close here, if that's what you're saying. 4 hours seems to be the right amount for people actually watching the VOD. And, just a little behind the curtain, I just tell YouTube they can automatically put the ads on the VOD wherever they feel like it. And after 4 hours, it stops for whatever reason. I guess maybe normies don't do things for more than 4 hours. So that way I don't have to go in and manually pick times and stuff. I just let the system automate it. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. So 4 hours works for both people to actually watch it. It seems about right for my voice. I generally don't struggle with that. I could go a little longer, but the value proposition isn't as good for me. Still think that tethers, well, they don't have actual tethers, but you can use that cargo webbing. That's kind of sort of tethering. In this game terms, it works like a floor, but that's kind of what you're doing. Those who hunt elves. What about those who hunt elves? Why did we drop down to 1x? Oh, I see, because of the way okay. I should do all the interior ones first next time and then all the exterior ones, because he does seem to do this in the order he does it. It's an anime? Gotcha. Did anyone go start Space Brothers after I suggested it? Because you guys should totally watch Space Brothers. No cap, not even joking. That anime was so much better than I thought it was going to be. I started watching it because I thought it was going to be horrible. It was amazing. I was very sad when it ended. Then I went and read the entire manga because I wanted to see what happened. In fact, there might actually be a couple issues that I haven't read recently, so I may have to go check in on that. Okay, I guess let's see what we can repair here. We'll see if we can do that. I forgot to buy carbon fiber. Yeah, we had to walk through the ship, dang it. Okay, the parts bag should belong in the airlock. When we redesign our airlock, we should redo that. We should have a locker in here that has our parts in it, so that when we have to auto grab parts, we're not having to cycle the actual airlock. So this needs to be one longer, which is fine. And then we could fit that here, and then that still doesn't get me this airlock. This airlock's gonna have to move inside the ship, unfortunately, which I don't like. Or we make the airlock even bigger, but the bigger we make this airlock, the more air we actually lose when we cycle it. I really like this feature, though. Am I crazy, or is this like actually really useful? Because I find it very useful. Okay, did you finish repairing that? Is that why you're wiggling down here, buddy? All right, let's drop the light like we talked about. Repair. Maybe I clicked on accident. Okay, now I want you to restore. I'm so happy with that amount of money. That's crazy, by the way. That was a lot of work, though. I mean, we spent, what, like 2 hours to make that amount of money? That was not an insignificant amount of time. And a lot of that was on time 16. I've heard, Levant, you could try to do that, but it's very hard to pull down to vacuum. Because imagine, I would need at least an O2 pump and a nitrous pump. I would need a second set of each of them pointed the other way to suck it out. And then you'd have to worry about like blowing up the containers, so you'd have to monitor that. I've heard it's just not worth it. Now, maybe people are wrong about that, but... And it's not even really about the cost of the air, it's just about how much you use up while you're in situ. Let's repair you. We don't have the carbon fiber. I didn't buy the carbon fiber. You're gonna have the same problem. Ooh, that's a bit of an oof. I should have remembered that. All right, grab that. I think you go right here. Gotcha. 90s manga and anime was just special. They could never make it. Yeah. You know, the meme of like, back in the good old days, but man, it is so true. There's so many things that I'm just like, why did everything have to get crapified? Things used to be so good. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. Come up here, come up here. Okay, and I think I should just give myself another way outside. Make this faster. Yeah, yep, Axe, yep. Okay, so we would like to orders all. Give me those first. Do it. Well, you know, it's funny though, like, I think video games have been proving that trying to sell a game to everyone means you're gonna sell it to no one. Because we've had so many series that have tried to do the broad appeal, and then literally no one buys them. Because, you know, a game made for everyone is a game made for no one, essentially. And I think we're seeing a lot more, well, I shouldn't say a lot more, we're seeing more games that are like, no, actually we have an audience and that's who we're gonna make the game for. And it's doubly bad when it's like people who don't buy your product that tell you to change your product and then they do, and then no one buys it. Like, what were you thinking? It's like having a restaurant and someone's like, I hate the food at your Mexican restaurant. You should make it more Italian. Well, no, the people who like the food are going there because it's Mexican food. They're not going there because they want Italian. They wouldn't come back if it was Italian. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Ah! Okay, yeah. This is definitely very fiddly, I will say. Having to squeak these in there. Having to squeak these in there. You don't actually fit there. Okay, so we gotta be one over. Okay, this time around he did not do a very good job. The first time around he did a better job. All right, so we can fit one, yeah, just one more in here. Okay, we'll just grab you. He does do a good job of sticking it in the doorway. All right, so go do that. And then the rest of them will have to attach. There. Oh no, I guess I have one more. Get that. Get the piece of fusion torch we repaired. And then the rest of them have to go outside. Okay, nope. No more auto task. Come up this way again. In here. Okay, I already hauled that. All right, that's fine. All right, so I've got 3 of them here. Can I do these via orders? Not via that screen. Install. Furniture, is that what you are? No. I'm not sure what you are. AI cargo. Okay, that's kind of a cool poster, I won't lie. Okay, whatever. No! No bugs. No bugs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. All right, we're going to put the pods here because it's closest to the airlock. So we're going to start by installing these ones. BioWare. God, BioWare, yeah. Talk about how the mighty have fallen. My goodness. Dragon Age, yeah, Dragon Age. I enjoyed the first one a ton. It's been pretty garbage to me since. KOTOR, yeah. Yeah, it's totally fine if you want to get a new audience, but then don't like be hostile to your old audience and understand why they're like, wait, why are you changing everything from the stuff we like? That's the thing. I like it when companies make new IPs. If you want to do something different, make a new IP. You know, people will like it or they'll hate it, but at least it's not you ruining something that already existed. Oh, really, dude? All right, pick up. Bring it down here. Oh, I can't stall. Yeah, because I'm above the airlock. Yeah, this a little fiddly. I don't understand why we have to do the above the airlock thing. Because I wish I could just queue this up and automate this. I guess this, again, is where with two people, I could have one haul to here and then one take from here and install. So, again, I guess multiple characters will help this. Can't milk blood from the stone. Yeah, that's true. Rod. Pick that up. What is that bar that's really red right now? This one? It's temperature. It's very hot inside these suits. Buddy. I don't think there's any way we can fix that. Luckily, it's not like painful. It's just like hot and stinky in here. It's getting hot in here, so take off all your exosuits. This game is complex. Yes, it is, Ivan. Yes, it is. You know, like I said, though, if you're the type of person who likes that thing, you are going to love this game. If you're a person who does not like fiddliness, this one's not. This is a pass. This is pretty fiddly. I won't even say this is on the edge for me, because I could take a lot more fiddliness than this. But it definitely is at that point where there's some things that do, like, grind on you. The shoe thing that I keep bringing up, for example. Yep. We have not examined the corpses at all. Install you. All right, we're going to make much better time this time. I have this a lot more efficiently than the first time we did this. Okay, we have 4 more to do after this guy. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yep. Perfect. These will at least be easier when I have to do the spacewalk to get them. Install. You can, but it's just the fact that I have to micromanage it. Like, I'm just not seeing the added value to the gameplay. Like, are we crying shoes? Sure, fine. Just make it a pair of shoes. Like, do we really need to get to the point where we have individual left and rights and your character can somehow put them on the wrong foot? How many times in your life have you worn a shoe on the wrong foot? Let's go to that one. I can honestly say, I don't think I've ever worn a shoe on the wrong foot. Like, maybe I tried to slip my foot in and I'm like, oh, that's the wrong shoe. And then I switched. Broad says, I never play games like this. It's too directionless. Yeah, this is definitely a, you know, you have to be able to choose your own adventure thing. I'm okay with that, though. I don't mind those, obviously. Do you like games like 7 Days to Die? Or is that the same for you? Because I would put those, like, these in the same bucket. Because at least to my knowledge, unless it's changed recently, it's not like that game has a... There's no end, right? You just play and survive. You wore mismatched pairs? Oh, speaking of mismatched pairs, so I basically just wear the same style of sock all the time. But, you know, you have, like, the newer socks and the older socks, and they don't have the same amount of elasticity. If I ever was rich, I would throw away all my socks, and I would get all the same sock, all at the same time, and I would wear them in order until they all were worn out the same amount, and then would throw them all away, and I would get a new set of socks. I wouldn't have this weird rotation. So you get like one sock that's like good and has good elastic, and you have one that's kind of loose. I hate that. I hate that feeling. Same thing with t-shirts. Rather than having like the rolling t-shirts, just have all the same t-shirt all at once, and then when they're worn out, you throw them all away and you get new t-shirts. It's about efficiency and not having to think about it. Drive me crazy. All right, last bin. Last bin. So this is still gonna be like, I don't know, 200,000 or something based on last time. Actually more than that because we have the ones inside too. This is gonna be some buco bucks is what this is gonna be. I clicked install and he dropped it and it disappeared. That's what happened to that previous one. It's gone now, man. Unless it just dropped right in here. It's gone. Alright, well, we know how we lost the first one. Sag. Alright, well. Do I want to repair? You know what? Let's repair these here. It's just easier than doing it where I have to worry about the airlock. Let's just do these quick. I do need to watch my O2 a little bit, but not too badly. Yeah, you let go of the flute. Yep. Yep. That's what happened to the first one we lost too, I bet. I don't think I clicked jettison. I think I just let go and it just went whoop. Sag. It would still be an improvement though, Levent. It would still be an improvement. The problem you have with just games like this is you run out of goals and you get super bored. Yeah. That happens to me, like I mentioned Conan. I really like Conan, despite all of its stupid problems and its jank and its bloat. But I have the same problem. I start really strong, I get really into it, and I tell myself, this time I'm gonna finish the story, and I never make it. I try to make too, like, big and complicated of a base, and it's a game where it's meant to be played in multiplayer, not have a single person build a cool base, so I don't know. If stupid Windows 10 wasn't going to expire, I could use my old computer to host it. That would have been a kind of a fun one to do, like a small multiplayer server on. Get a few people, you know, a few people from the channel that want to play. Maybe next summer. Maybe next summer. Maybe if the channel does really, really well, I could rent a server or maybe build a newer machine and then use my current one as a server. Doesn't 7 Days to Die have a routine waves? Yep. 7 Days to Die. Every 7 days you get your base gets attacked essentially, which is actually very good. That's really helpful. Again, Conan tries to do something like that, but it's always so dang buggy. Always so dang buggy. But yeah, that adds a lot. Because in most survival games, by instinct, you want to build a cool base and have defenses, and they literally don't matter at all. So the fact that 7 Days to Die actually has good horde attacks, good. That helps that game a lot. Like a lot. I did see they got a pretty big update recently, but they also had a bunch of controversy. It's been years since I played 7 Days to Die, but I played that really intensely one summer with a couple friends. We essentially beat it, like we were done. We did all the things and built all the stuff. Now, maybe I need to go back to that at some point. That was another good one. Again, it's time. It's just time. I will say the 4 hours on, 2 hours off, 4 hours on is a pretty sustainable schedule for me. And if I was doing it full time and we could grow the viewership, I could do longer streams because I can stream for 8 hours. Like I do it all the time when we do Dominions and whatnot. And I actually prefer to play that game that way in one long sitting. But those videos, just nobody watches the VODs. So it's kind of a concession to reality, I suppose. We may have to do some 8-hour Wandering Sword streams coming up in a few weeks. I'd really like to finish Wandering Sword before I go back to work. And because of the stupid internet problems, I'm behind. I'm like way behind. Empiric Galactic Survival, I have not. No. Other things I'd love to do, like, you know, I keep throwing out games, but Satisfactory, I'd like to actually play that all the way through. And Factorio, I'd like to play that all the way through. That didn't get a lot of votes, though. I put that up in one of my polls recently, and nobody voted for Factorio. Maybe everyone's just tired of that game. Why are we only at ×8? Do this fast, buddy. Speedy, speedy. We'll do these ones when we get back to station. I just want to get these out of the way. Also, I think we're running low on license time. Imagine a non-zombie 7 days with base and shipbuilding, galaxies full of planets. Nice. You miss Yi and his drugs? Yeah. Yeah. It's coming back. I have not abandoned it. I couldn't play it while we were having the connection problems. Get a drink. Okay. All right. I think we are done here. Toggle the light. My light in my bag. Put my helmet in my bag. Yeah, we are pretty dang tired. All right. Cancel action. Use. Comms console. Unread. Your transponder salvage permit seems to be in good order. Excellent. Sure is, officer. No problems here. Okay. And all right, we're gonna have to do a little bit of careful flying again. Okay, that's fine. Are we clear? We are definitely not clear. Backs up a little more. Did we get to Nameless Island? No, we didn't, Tanth. Literally the last time I streamed Wandering Sword, we are at the point where the DLC is starting. Like, we did the last little side questing in the port town. We got the golden crab curry or whatever it was for the ship captain. We saved the monkey swordmaster. I think we are literally ready to board the ship and start the DLC. I think that's where we're at. All right, I want to overshoot Kayla on direction a few degrees. Yeah. Bleed off that. And then speed up. All right. Zoom, zoom. Yeah, I do want to kind of book this a little bit. I want to try to sell this off on this license if I can. Okay, 14 minutes. I'm just going to sit in seat for this one. I gotta be a little bit careful because we're having to fly around the planet, so. Are we gonna be okay here? You know what? Let's zoom to the side of that a little bit more. That looks a little spooky to me. We'll hit the brakes a little bit. Yeah, we got this. First thing to do once we land is run off to Island Stuff, Free Stuff Island. Endlessly helps with the crafting design. My plan is we will return to Wandering Sword on Wednesday. That's the plan. Now, my internet could completely die on me, something could come up, but the plan is that we're back on Wednesday. So Wednesday at 10 a.m., Tanth. All right, I'm gonna do a little more flyby here. I don't want to break too soon. He's Uncle's voice. Let's get out of fast forward. Let's get this fixed. Okay, so I want to up our angle. Okay. Burn off the cross. All right. I'm pretty proud of that. That's looking pretty good. Yep, that's not within Kaleg's distance though. That's planet. Burn off spin speed. Okay. Local channel. Kaleg. Docking. West docking. I really feel like this could be a little more automated. Like, hey, why else would I be calling you other than docking permission? 194. Down to 50. 500 out. 300 out. Got it. All right. That was a pretty good one. I'm getting a little bit better at the flight, I will say. Okay, orders. Repair, loose, you. Do it. I think it's 1800 that our license goes away, or 18 something. Hopefully we'll be able to get this done before then. I think these were in decent shape compared to some of the other ones. Where did you find you could buy coal, Levant? Because I couldn't find anyone that was selling coal. Anyone play XCOM? I played the original XCOM and I played the 2 remakes. Hey, Half a Pint, stopping by to leave a like. Loved your stream the other day. Had to sub for Ostranauts. Well, thank you, man. Glad to have you. You'll enjoy this one if you liked the last one. That's all I can say. With all the cash, I mean, we could. We'll see. My plan here is we're going to sell this off. We are over the 4-hour mark. So I want to sell this off, though, so we can get a total. I'm very happy with this, though. I'm very happy with this. I think the plan next time is going to be to focus on hiring someone. So we may need to go fly over to the flotilla and check people out, or we may just decide on picking up somebody here. But we'll probably have to grind and make them a friend first, because we should get a better hiring contract. It'd be nice if we could find a QT that we could get our intimacy up on that would also work on the ship, because that's one of the few things I can't really fix in space. Okay. Dude, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. I swear there was a patch note that said, while you're docked, your proxy alarm will not go off. Again, another thing I must have hallucinated. Second Weber and Eva. Way ahead of you, man. We have a second Weber in here and a second Evo in here. Yep, we are that prepared. I would love to do an XCOM on the channel. I'd probably play XCOM 2, but again, that would take so long. so long. And frankly, while I really like Cyberknights and I enjoyed it, it wasn't very popular on the channel at all, which is really unfortunate. I think more people need to give Cyberknights a go. I really like some of the Trace Brothers stuff. I love their contact system in that and Space Trader. Those contact systems are really ingenious. Do you remember the town with the stage out front? Yeah. Don't remember the guy's. Okay, so down in by the beggars sect spot is the coal guy. Okay, I need to find him. Coal is one of the things that annoys me that I never seem to have enough of. XCOM the Bureau was underrated. You might be the only person that believes that, Nichan. That game was pretty universally hated. Okay, 17:13. We're kind of running low on time, but I think we're gonna make it because we've already repaired. Well, maybe not. We're gonna have to pull these inside. Okay, so I can bring 6 inside with an auto haul. Okay, was this one more damage than I thought it was? I guess so. Come on, buddy. You can do this. Now, I can put zones on the station. I think I'm going to put a haul zone on the station and see if I can auto-haul this over there. That would save a lot of time. We are totally going to make it. Okay, so, zones. We turn off haul here. Zone 2, hate it. Get rid of it. All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I can fit 4. Oops. And you know what? Let's make a save here. I don't want to crash after all this work. Make a save. Yes. I'm going to haul 4 of them over there. Then we'll hand sell them. Then we'll haul again, etc., etc. Okay. Okay. All right. So orders. I want to haul you. Okay, he'll finish repairing and then start hauling. I wish selling from barter zone gave me the full cash. All right, and walk over here. You pick up. You trade. I wonder why it's the case that selling these by hand is worth more. That seems like this is wonky. Again, fiddliness. But man, I can't say no to 22,000 compared to 15,000. Like 7K, that's multiple pieces of like mid-tier loot. That's 70K if I have 10 of these, and I have more than 10 of them. You were supposed to play Wandering Sword today, but this got your game. Both of them are excellent games. Very different, but excellent games. Okay, and orders. All that one too. All right, do it. You're not feeling this one? All right. You cannot get there. You sure can, buddy. You sure can. Pick that up. All right. Well, we'll just go sell this. That's fine. All right. And yes, I'm not going to run all the way over to the other dude. I'm just going to sell it here. I'm trying to beat that clock. Pick up. Trade. No, what was that trade? Sell. Max. Accept. You pick up. Trade. Sell. Max sell. Okay, next. We need to put on our helmet. Then we are going to equipment, uninstall 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and we lost one to space. All right, do it. Oh, do we keep stealing things back from the places we're selling them? Because we certainly just picked this up, and I definitely sold that. Are we somehow pulling these out of the stations and then bringing them back to resell? Because that certainly seems like that's what just happened. Open. 10 of them would be 220k. No, I'm saying the difference between hand selling them and bringing them here, which I think you got. Yeah, because if there's a 7k difference each and there's 10 of them, that would be 70k. I don't know if that's the exact number, but you know, you get what I'm saying. It's too much to ignore. The difference is too much to ignore. All right, do it, buddy. The game's paying you back for launching those 2 pods? Maybe. And then while you're doing that, we're going to haul loose. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. I will say, when this does work, that is really nice. All right, I'm gonna allow zone 1. And the reason is I just want to get them all inside so I can close the airlock. And even if he badly stacks these, we should be able to do it. In fact, don't even set that one down, friend. Just bring it in here and sell. Alright, sell, cargo pod, accept. I don't suppose I could get an NPC to do this for me. They probably wouldn't have the wherewithal for this. Close. Well, these hatches take forever to close. Get in here. Pick up that one. Why are you so damaged? Are you what? You took a lot of damage. How long do we have on our license? I do want to sell on this one. Read. Oh, we got time. Okay. Not install. Orders. Repair. Loose. You. Apparently I need to give them a second buffering. We're not going outside anymore. In fact, we're not going to leave the ship station for a minute, so let's go change. Suit off, on. Okay. All right. Now do it. How's your tool? 34%. Let's go change that too, because I know exactly what you're going to do. I'm on to you. All right. Battery charger out, into charger, into drill. All right, do it. You're picking up what I'm putting down? Excellent. That's funny, Broad. I hardly ever hear people say that phrase. One of my best friends, when he was dating who was to become his future wife, she was helping clean like a room at his place or something, and they were just talking. And at one point in the conversation, he goes, I'm picking up what you're putting down. And she goes, I'm trying, I just don't know where anything goes. Needless to say, it was a pretty good laugh. Because he obviously totally meant it, what she was saying. Not, he was criticizing her cleaning. Alright, we do need to get this done at some point, man. Was it that damaged? Shift ending in 5 minutes. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! We have to pay a little bit. Yeah, it feels good to not have those big debts. Imagine in real life if you had to pay like every 6 hours, and they wouldn't let you prepay it. How annoying would that be? Ridiculous. Alright, I do need to watch this clock to make sure we're done by 2200. You have a social life. Well, thank you, game. I try. Also, I do know our repair's up to 20. Don't forget to pay your mortgage. Yep, we have paid that off. Just like I used to have dreams where I'd wake up in the middle of the night terrified I had a paper due in the morning 10 years after I graduated from college. June probably still has... He'll wake up from sleeping and think, oh god, I have to pay my mortgage. And apparently chug. Only 17 on this one for some reason. I wonder what the difference... Oh, you know what? No, you used a prescription. You used a prescription, you feel it wearing off. So he definitely just took one. We're okay. I like that he's auto doing that. That is actually kind of handy. That is interesting, though, because we definitely were just at 20. I guess maybe we're just getting tired and hungry. We might be able to fix the hunger. Let's go do that. We're going to get the good stuff again. Also, is it my imagination or is this price going up? Wasn't this $3.85 before? Am I getting scalped by the vending machine? Alright. Restore. And you get the late fees. Yep, and you get the late fees. If you were able to pull in what June... Yeah, no kidding, man. No kidding. You can't even get a full 8 hours of sleep without incurring late fees. That's right. Sleep's for the lazy. You don't make money while you sleep. Basically just say Mass Effect meets XCOM. I think the IP should be allowed to explore other playstyles. That's true. And it can be a nice, refreshing when you get like an IP that does something different. Like Persona's been trying that a little bit, right? Like they have the fighter game, and I think they have a tactics game. As in like a strategy, like a SRPG. And sometimes that could be really refreshing. Especially if it's done as like a side thing and not a new mainline game. Because we've had a lot of the opposite problem, right? Where our beloved RPGs have to become action RPGs. And it's like, nobody asked for that. Nobody wants Final Fantasy 16 that's a crappy action game. We want a turn-based tactic that's like Final Fantasy 7 or 10 or Player Obscure, which I hope Square Enix feels the egg on their face after telling us that nobody wants turn-based RPGs anymore. I hope they're blushing. The more you buy, the fewer there are. Is the game actually doing that, or am I crazy? That's the real question. That would be so insidious. Anyway, this actually took a lot longer to repair these than I thought it would. Again, like, once we have an employee, we could haul some of this stuff, dump it here, and then make them repair it while we go get more. Final Fantasy VI. My favorite of all the systems was the 7/Chrono Trigger, which are basically the same system. I think that was, for me, my favorite. Okay. Are you actually done, or did you decide not to do it? Okay, you're done. Okay, let's do it, buddy. Pick it up. Bring it up here to sell. Okay, we got 3 on the ship and 4 up here to do. Man, you guys are gonna get like an extra 30 minutes of bonus Ostranauts tonight. I hope you're happy. Pick up. Man, we made a lot of money today. Because we started at what, 25,000, I think? And we're gonna end above 800,000 easy. Sell that. Bravely Default. I haven't played Bravely Default, but I've been interested in that. One of the ones I wanted to do this summer, which did not come to pass. I wanted to do Octopath Traveler. I played a couple hours of that game. I think it'd be really fun to run through. I think it's relatively short, especially if I don't try to do like the super bosses. I don't know. Like I said, it's the eternal push-pull of like, do what you want, do what people want to watch. What should you be working on? But then again, Disco Elysium, that again was not a very popular stream for me. I had so much fun doing Disco Elysium, and I still think about that game like every day. If you have not played Disco Elysium, you should do it. And if you don't believe me, watch like the first hour or two of somebody's playthrough and then go buy it and play it. It goes on super deep sale too. Like you could get it for like $3. Could have paid off the starting debt. Yep, you totally could have. Or darn close. But see, the thing is, we would never have been able to do that because we wouldn't have had the skills and tools to make this as efficient as we did. And our ship wouldn't have been able to haul this much. Like these cargo pods, we maybe could have gotten 6 or 7 of them. There's no way we could have brought back like 12 at a time. 860,000 made today. Very nice. And that's everything taken off the ship. All right, but no, come here, buddy. And nanites, no nanites. All right, we'll do that next time. I'm not going to do it now because I am feeling it in my voice a little bit today. But there you go. We did it. We did it. The pain looks a little lower, maybe. And we're going to get nanites. We're going to get some sleep. Hopefully that'll lower it a little bit more. We might actually be pain-free in a few more days. Play Disco Elysium? Well, now, Elysium, you are in a big luck. I played the entire game. I have an entire playthrough from back in January. Check my playlists. It was a very fun run. It was a very fun run. And I really want to play it again sometime. Maybe in a year or two, we'll play it again and we'll do a different build. Yeah. That was a great playthrough. I played it pretty differently than most people play too, which is a big testament to that game. I won't even say what I did, but I played a lot differently than a lot of the other streamers, and the game was still great, still fun. It was very cool. Iceco Elysium, a little different. Oh no. You watched it, ready for round 2? Ah, I gotcha. I would love to do it again, but like I said, it's kind of art or bread. You have to kind of make your choices on that. And yeah, so it is what it is. Okay, well, great game today. We got a lot accomplished. Next time, the goal for stream is going to be hiring somebody. Whether that's here, whether that's on the flotilla, I don't know. But we will be hiring somebody next time. So yeah, we'll see about that, and we'll get to test out some of the NPC mechanics, hopefully. That will probably be Wednesday. I don't think that's going to change. Tomorrow's my Dominions and chore day, so I don't think I will skip out on that. Otherwise, remember the Dominion pregame video comes out tomorrow morning. I believe it's Late Age Pangea this week, if I remember right. I think. It's all blended together in my head. Either way, something's coming out tomorrow. Beyond that, if you enjoyed tonight, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. That helps me a ton. If you want to go above and beyond, you can always leave a super thanks on a VOD, a super chat while I'm live, or become a member of the channel. As a member of the channel, you get early access to videos like the pregame videos, and you get access to the file channel on Discord. If you would like to donate but don't want to give money to Google, I have opened a Patreon. A couple people requested that. And over there, you can donate, and it will also get you the same Discord role for the file channel. So Patreon is a tip jar. If you're looking for the benefits, the YouTube membership is still the way to do that. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. Again, I had a great time. I like being able just to kind of chit chat about anime and gaming and things in general. So very, very fun playthrough for me. All right, I will see you on Wednesday. Have a good week. Stay safe. Game a lot. Babble out.